yoga, meditation, etc. You will see advertising about this coming out in the second semester and probably prior to that. We would encourage you to nominate folks who you think would be served by this retreat. We run it as a digital detox, so you can disconnect. Um, and it's co-run with Nat Turner, who is in School of Education. Has anybody taken any courses with Dr. Nat Turner? Okay. So highly recommend. So point number one, we're here to create community and well-being for important reasons. We're trying to reduce loneliness. We care about your well-being specifically because you are leading our entire student body. And that all starts with having a baseline. Where are we at? What things do we need to intervene with? We have to take measurement and take it seriously. So Dr. Amanda Waters will talk to us about the upcoming way that we're going to do that.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Amanda Waters. I'm the Director of University Mental Health Promotion and Wellbeing Strategies. And I am really excited to talk to you about the National College Health Assessment. You see this slide and marketing hopefully all across campus starting next week. Hitting every student's inbox on Sunday is an invitation to take this survey. And it is really an opportunity for us to get together as a whole university. Today, we're asking every single student, so every single undergrad, every single grad, all our UWW students, all of our part-time students, and so we're really trying to get a representative sample of the entire university to figure out what is going on campus with student health and well-being. And that includes things like loneliness and mental health, food insecurity, and a bunch of things that I could have just rattled off to you in 5 minutes ago when I was looking at the slide. But being able to figure out what are we doing on campus, what does this look like, and how can we intervene? And so we're actually looking at and asking folks to respond to questions about like what school or college are you a part of? Because we can look at different schools and colleges and figure out, are there specific needs that are unique to Eisenberg or SBS or nursing that we might be able to address in the schools and colleges? We're also asking folks if they would share about like what residential area they're a part of, because maybe there is something that's happening in Southwest that would really be helpful in Northeast or something else, right? If we can figure out these patterns and figure out ways that we can select the data that's meaningful and supportive and helpful and useful for you all as student leaders, but for the university as a whole. We really want to get the data into people's hands who can actually use it and take action on it. So we're asking all of you in this room specifically to take it. It's a 20 to 30-minute assessment. We're giving out gift cards for every 35th participant. So if you are our first 35th participant, we're actually going to go try to find people on campus to give them actual gift cards. But every 35th participant will get a gift card for Amazon for $10. Your schools and colleges are highly invested in this, and so they are giving out thousands of dollars worth of dining cards. And we're also giving away headphones and Purified Art Center tickets. So there's a lot of incentives that are coming along with this. It's a really big push, but asking that you all and your constituents participate in the survey.
The final thing that I'll just end with is that we don't want to be extractive about this data collection. So we will come back to you with the data. And really important for us to get your feedback, to get sort of some focus grouping going on, not just with the SGA, but with the schools and colleges and the residential areas. So in the second semester, when we have the data back, and we talked about this today, we can really sort of a student summit around what are the results, what is the state of well-being in UMass. So we look forward to hitting the ground running, and please do make the investment of time because it makes all the difference, I think. So thank you for your time with SGA today.
Please state your name for the record. Once you get up and no questions? Oh, you got a question? Oh, excuse me, Betsy. There was questions. That's my apologies.
our best.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah.
My two questions is, what's like your guys' like target for like the amount of students you want to participate in the survey? And are those like the three like parts of the university that like funding like those kind of around voting, card and those other gifts?
So our target is 25%, which is pretty bold. Usually we hover around like a 12% response rate. We're trying to double it. And it's these folks that are sponsoring, but also the deans from all of the schools and colleges, almost all. Many of the schools and colleges are funding for dining dollars and raffle cards and things like that. So we're kind of doing some of the labor, but the dean stepping up to support it was a very big deal. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Hi everyone, I'm Anishka, a former member. I was a senator my freshman year and I'm the secretary of the moment last year. Today I'm bringing to you this exciting marriage pact. Have any of you heard of it? No. So essentially it is a student-run organization company that uses math, social science, to serve meaningful relationships. It is essentially just a college campus-based thing. And I put in a few details there about what it is. So essentially you fill out a questionnaire, bunch of questions, and then at the end of like the round, you get paired up with a person on campus. It's as fun or as serious as you want it to be. I know someone got paired up with their twin. I think it was Michigan. And I'm looking to launch it here on UMass and just getting together a bunch of people who would be interested in promoting it for the week that it would happen. Yeah, if you think this is something that you would like to be a part of, and get in touch with me. My email is up there. I see a typo there. I made this very much sorry. Yeah, I'm excited to see it happen here, and if you want to be part of it, reach out to me and we can talk. Thank you.
Can you just like, oh sorry. Can you just like repeat what your like information is?
What's that?
Your contact information.
It's on there. My email. Yeah. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
Another individual seek recognition. Okay, the associate speaker will report the roll call.
Senator Demi. Here. Senator Here. Senator Neep. Senator Bloom. Here. Senator Silva. Here. Chair Centenaro. Here. Senator Marco. Senator Demi. Here. Senator Duarte. Here. Senator Giuliani. Here. Senator Elzett. Here. Senator Germain. Here. Senator McKeel. Senator Huron. Here. Senator Senator Eber. Senator Gomez. Here. Senator Lafayette. Senator Lewis. Senator Molesky.
Here.
Senator Malari. Senator Mondo. Chamazanda. Here. Senator Mello. Senator Nemeth. Senator Nguyen. Chair Nyeka.
Here.
Senator Patel. Here. Senator Pata. Senator Pascarella. Senator Bekarin. Senator Prabhakar. Here. Chair Raven. Here. Senator Britt. Here. Chair Sarna. Chair Sharma. Here. Senator Silveria. Senator Crum.
Here.
Senator Champion.
Champion.
Senator Tao. Here. Senator Truong. Senator Burma. Senator Wood.
All right. 40 voting members and quorum is present. All right, the minutes were sent out to you all 48 hours prior. If no corrections, the minutes stand approved without objection. On to officer reports. Trustee Rivera is recognized.
I have to report.
So I'm here to give out Felicity the student. Hi everyone, I apologize for not being able to make it to this week's Senate meeting. I'm currently at the Eisenberg event, but I hope you're having a great week. As many of you know, I've been working on adjustments to the max grant formula. As of Tuesday, October 29th, President Meehan, along with the Board of Trustees, made an exciting announcement. Starting in the fall of 2005, all 4 undergraduate campuses in the University of Massachusetts system will be launching a free tuition program for Massachusetts residents with household incomes of $75,000 or less. This initiative comes after Governor Healy's budget deal this summer, which included free funding for free community college. The program will cover tuition and fees through a mix of student-funded aid, federal assistance, and state financial aid, including an expanded Max Grant Plus program from the city administration. Although tuition and fees will be fully covered, it's important to note that room and board costs are not included in this program. Neither are UMass Chan Medical School or UMass Law. A key takeaway, though, is that there is no additional application required for this program. Eligible students will be automatically enrolled, making this a seamless opportunity to take advantage of. Aside from that, I have been working closely with MassPERT on the Hunger Free campaign. As I mentioned last week, they're working towards a $2 million goal. The last day to fill out the sign-on letter to show your support would be November 1st. Please make sure to check that out. And one last note, for the next Board of Trustees meeting, our campus is to report updates in the meeting. So if anyone has any suggestions or anything they think should include in my report out, please email me and I would be happy to let them know. Have a good Halloween.
Hello everybody. A couple of things today. First of all, happy Halloween Eve. I love to see some great costumes in the room. I particularly appreciate Cody's costume. Highly recommend voting for that one when the time comes. So, first and foremost, over the last week, last Friday, I got to, last Monday, I got to attend a meeting where we discussed the Advancing Democracy and Dialogue grants. We allocated just short of $50,000 to a number of different events on our campus. Difficult conversations. We also, this past week, on Monday, we also had a candidate here who is interviewing to be our next advisor. I got to spend the day with him, kind of do a number of different events with him on campus, got to take him to dinner. We had a really great experience. We'll be keeping you tuned on that as soon as we can provide some more updates. Also, we did want to know that there is one thing in my report out that has changed. We did not meet with Ahmed today because she was out sick, so that meeting will be rescheduled for a later date. Otherwise, everything else should stand. Continuing to work on a number of different projects, but finally, I just wanted to make one sort of PSA, if you will. So I have been hearing a number of people coming to me, coming to other members of leadership with concerns about the environment in the office. I want to make it clear that our office is a shared space. This is a place where people feel comfortable to come and study, to do student government work. And the reality is, I've heard it too. We cannot have, bad talking of other people in the office. It's creating a very hostile environment where people don't feel comfortable being in. And I can tell you, going forward, there's going to be a zero tolerance policy. I know I've had to speak to some people about it already because I've heard it, and that we've had a lot of different people coming up to us telling us that they're not feeling comfortable in our office. And to me, that makes me really upset. So with that being said, going forward, I don't want to hear any of that in the office. I get it. You don't all have to love each other, but you at least need to respect each other. If you have thoughts about people, if you have problems with people, come talk to us. We can have a private conversation about it, or take it somewhere else. Our office is not a space to be making other people feel uncomfortable, even if we might have differences in opinions. So with that being said, be respectful, be classy, and help make our office a place where people can feel comfortable. Lastly, on that same note, the private offices are private offices for a reason. I would say unless you get permit, if it's the presidential office, the trustee office, the speaker office, or the conduct office, unless you get permission from that individual, I would ask that you respect that space. We do have an office that is open for people to, book. I don't know if there's a booking form up right now, but usually we have like a booking space. I understand it's not ideal. We don't have most office spaces. If you need if you need an office and you text me and ask me, most likely I'm going to say yes. But the one thing that I would ask is please don't go in there without asking, because that's my personal space, and that goes for any of the other offices as well. So please keep those things in mind as we proceed. Anyone have any questions?
Can I actually add on to that about the private offices? If there is a cubicle, please don't go sitting at it. My cubicle has private financial information for different RSOs and agencies that probably don't want you viewing those financial documents. More often than not, they're scattered around the desk. So if you're not the chair of Ways and Means, the secretary of finance, the vice chair of Ways and Means, or the treasurer, please ask to sit at that cubicle. And I'm sure this applies to other chairs as well, because I've heard complaints about similar things.
Yes, I would second that. Also, just want to note that we do have, you can rent out rooms in the student union. If you have to have a private meeting, you can go to the front desk. They can help you out with that. We have like a Zoom room program that we started last year. Go speak with the front desk. And then again, too, if you need to use one of our offices for something, just ask.
Also, if you're using the offices, if you're using the offices, please just be mindful of whiteboards and stuff, because I know in the conduct office we had a bunch of notes. Okay. We had a bunch of.
We had notes on the whiteboard and stuff, and someone erased all of them, which is so in general, just be mindful of that kind of stuff. Thank you.
I do want to note lastly, before I hand off the mic, that we are also talking about potential ways that we can have some more dialogue about these things and kind of create, kind of just a shared understanding and perspective amongst each other. So as leadership, we'll be talking about that over the coming days. If you have any suggestions, please let me know. We'd also like to do some like kind of team building, fun, relaxing activities. I know it's a stressful time, so we're open to suggestions. Please let us know. But we will be following up on this soon. But for the time being, please, just respect one another. That's all I could ask.
Vice President Leoning.
All right, is this on? Actually, it is on. I want to ask that. Yankees are down 3-1 at the World Series. Let's go. Couple of things. Tomorrow, Colin and I are meeting with SSO for a meeting. We're discussing for working groups like SAT reforms, economic reform, and some other stuff, along with confirming expectation procedures surrounding viewpoint neutrality and finances. Most things are in my report out as well, very long report out. I also want to shout out Cabinet's doing great work. Good job, guys. Please keep it up. If you guys want to collaborate on projects, please reach out to Cabinet and make sure that Colin and I know. What else? So, one thing I didn't mention when I mentioned last week is no, I didn't mention this. The thing I wanted to mention with the student code of conduct work group that we're working on, I have like 2 updates with that. I'm having Ryan and Ava. Ava is the Deputy Attorney General. Start benchmarking outcomes for disruptive behavior and disturbing behavior for the past 4 years. Just to kind of see like the case outcomes and stuff like that. All the individual like things, all the individual factors that identify the students will be like kept secret. Not kept secret. The word is whatever the word is for it, like we won't know about that. I wanted to give another update. We said that we're waiting on Dean Cardoso to get back to us. Let's schedule a meeting for the code of conduct. We're going to be meeting with her on November 7th at 3 p.m. So basically, I know a couple of you guys already reached out to me about being on that working group. I will send an update at the end of this week, kind of like talking about how to be involved, stuff like that. We'll set up like a meeting early next week. And I'm trying to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. I think that's it. If anyone has any questions, feel free to email me. Yeah.
All right. My reports, all the information in the report, which is in the reports packet. Like President Humphrey said, our meeting with the Vice Chancellor today got rescheduled. So we'll be following up with you guys on how that conversation goes. But I did want to absolutely echo what President Humphrey was saying about respect in the office. I do want to emphasize the zero tolerance policy when it comes to inflammatory language about any member, any officer, anyone really, when it comes to. So I hope you all understand this and respect this. And yeah, I mean, your Associate Speaker Amherst says exciting updates. But any questions for me? And or the contents of my reports. All right, Associate Speaker Amherst.
How are we doing tonight? Good? That's my boy Roy. That's my boy Bruce over there too. I just want to shout out to my boy Sean because he's my new clerk, so round of applause. I held all my interviews this week, and found that Ishan was just the best match for this position. He's been taking notes and said it thus far, so I was like literally perfect. Like, this is great. I'm really excited to start working with him, and for Michael and I to start working with him and see what he can contribute to the office of speaker. Besides that, we had a fun chair meeting last week. We all went out to dinner and like chatted for a while, so that was really fun. Just got out of the office for a little bit. I met with my mentees last week. I literally had the best time. So shout out Bill and Mandy. We went and just got lunch at Ham. We said like an hour. We were there for like an hour and a half. So it was really fun though. I've had my usual meetings with Core 4, the chair, the speaker, and the Senate meeting. I started to sift through my character officer interviews a little bit, so stay tuned for that if you haven't heard back from me. That should be coming out shortly in the next few weeks. Is there any questions? Okay, thank you.
All right. Chief Justice. All right. Residence Hall Association President.
Hi guys. All right, so the e-board for the RTA is attending a regional conference November 15th alongside 5 House Council members that are going to be selected. We are also promoting the National College Health Assessment, which was talked about recently. And we've also begun our election process for our e-board for project manager and vice president. So far we've sent out information about like the nomination forms, and then project manager elections are on November 12th. And then vice president elections are November 19th. I also had the opportunity to meet with the director of BuzzFed, Jean McKinney, and we discussed on-campus life and had a very productive conversation about on-campus reform. For example, we discussed the transparency of priority numbers, the possibilities of open forum with BuzzFed staff, addressing accessibility with on-campus housing units that are not being approved, adding stalls to showers in Central, as you know, shower is right now. And we also explored the option of lowering the minimum amount of money that needs to be input to debit in order to lower the cost of laundry. So yeah, we also talked about so many more things, but if you have any questions, please talk to me after the meeting. It's very in depth. Thank you guys.
Any questions? Alrighty. Are any RSO council presidents meeting? All right, Chief of Staff Nassar. Wait. Any agency representatives? Agencies first. Next. Okay. Well, with no agency representatives, Chief of Staff Nassar.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to complain about the photo this week because they don't have any other options available. So I don't want their name complaining still. But anyways, I don't have any outstanding updates. Everything's put in my report out. I just wanted to note that, as President Freeze mentioned, if you guys need a meeting room, there is the QR code in the SGA office. I believe the third meeting room down on the left. Just make sure you look out on the QR code and make sure you're not looking for somebody else at that specific time. Additionally, if anybody needs anything for the office, office supplies, coffee, anything you notice that ran out, please let me know. I will be submitting a purchase request for that. Any questions? Thank you.
Secretary Bellerive.
Hello, everyone. My report's up there. If you have any questions? No? Cool.
Secretary Murphy.
Hello, everybody. How are you feeling tonight? I just wanted to ask Pratt, Sigma Alpha Gamma. No, Sigma Gamma Alpha. And I'd like to shout out my pledge master Melvin and my boy Vince for pledging with me. So yeah, it's like give a shout out to that. Moving on to SGA stuff. Last week I worked with lockers. I've also been working on hiring my undersecretary. I've also attended some appeal hearings with AA, which you guys will see later tonight. Appeal hearings for RSO applications. Another thing is I will be attending the small council meeting on November 6th, in which we'll be voting on the picketing and land use implementation policies. So if you are interested at all in contributing something to that, or if there's something you would like me to voice in that meeting, please reach out soon. Another thing is the registry reform working group. We'll be having a first initial meeting next week on Monday, and then I hope to expand it to more senators. So if you're interested in working on registry reform, more specifically RSO application reform, supply closet, other things like that, please reach out. Yeah, and I've also been meeting with the source to set up training for new RSOs, which will be happening on the week of November 11th. So yeah, any questions? Yes.
Senator Brodgar.
When did you say the SOL meeting is?
It's November 6th. Any other questions? Thank you.
Attorney General Burbank.
Hello, everyone. So this week I've been working with Secretary Goodchild on their bylaws. We are proposing to add some amendments to it because historically the Secretary of Veterans Affairs position is very vague in their bylaws. There's a lot of repetition and things like that. I also met with Clifton today, my mentee. We had a great dinner on Blue Wall. And I've also been in contact with Secretary DeRose about the trash can initiative, which we're still waiting for admin to give some information on about the trash can placement. And also Deputy Attorney General Ava Pujato and I are going to be sending a flyer on SGA Instagram about Halloween weekend. Just a reminder, policies that are going to be heavily enforced by the police, and just about policies to ensure students' awareness about what is allowed, what is not allowed in Halloween, stuff like that. Is there any questions?
Secretary Vitale.
What's going on, guys? Happy Halloween Eve. I report on September, but I have any questions?
Secretary Teblo.
Did you get a link yet?
Should we just go last?
Yeah. We'll get back to Secretary Teblo. Secretary Lumbo.
Hi guys, my report out is out there as well, and I just want to emphasize that multicultural night is coming up. So I don't know, find your outfit, get ready for it, and if you have any questions, just let me know. And yeah, also we're looking for performers as well. So tell your friends, tell the friends, and tell the friends. Yeah, to reach out to me.
Senator Brodgar.
Where can we find the requirements for the team?
I don't know if they shared it with you guys, but if not, yeah, I'll send it to Michael.
On the website.
The
ones on the website are outdated actually. But I only found the ones from 2023 as well. Calls.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, we'll update that, but it should be about the same. If I'm not mistaken.
It is.
It is the same.
Okay. Any other questions?
Secretary Sharda.
Hey everyone, I'm Anisha. The conduct advisor page is updated as well as the pictures of everyone who made it to the weekend. Also, I've been working on iClickers. I'm about halfway done. I saw the process of meeting with our source tech items considered high value within the SGA database. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Secretary Nicholson.
Hello everyone, everything's in my report out, but I've just been keeping up with the Instagram as usual. We have some new job applications that I'm starting, I'll be going up soon. I attended the Undergraduate Education Council this week, and I just sent out an email. I am starting the November newsletter, so if anybody has any submissions for that, then my email's right up there.
All right. Secretary DeRose.
Everyone, first update, I'm starting an Earth Day extravaganza planning working group. And what that is, if you don't know, in the spring, we do a huge celebration in collaboration with a bunch of groups on campus. And so if you'd like to be involved with that, let me know either at this meeting or through email at sustainability@umass.edu. Yeah, we'll probably, it's like a low stakes commitment, but you could give your input as to what we're going to do that week. Also on November 9th,
which is a Saturday from 9 to noon. There's a food safety training. So I talked about the Food Recovery Network before. Want to be involved with that when you volunteer. You can come to that training. So November 9th, Saturday, 9 to 12. But you also have to register. So I'll send that link out again to everyone. Yeah, just great volunteer opportunity on campus. And then I also met with my mentee in the past 2 weeks. That was very fun. Yeah, any questions?
Secretary Goodchild.
Hello. What's up, guys? So just to get right into this, Colin and talk to NPL and discuss the potential for a 10% meal discount for veterans, and I followed up with the director of dining, so I'm just waiting on a response from that. Last week on Friday, I'm including it in my report out just because I haven't talked about it yet. I did athletic council with Senator Molesky and Nick. Shout out Senator Molesky and Nick for going to that. We asked a lot of questions, and it was a good council. I also attended the athletic SAB. I've been continuing to meet with ombuds candidates for lunch. I actually have a tabling event tomorrow for voting information for veterans. The Student Veteran Resource Center from 1 to 5 in the basement of Dickinson. If you guys want to stop by and say hi, I'm trying to get as many SGA representatives there as possible, just to like show your face, because a lot of veterans are kind of kept to themselves. So I'd like to, spread some awareness of the SGA, who we are, as well as I'm educating on ballot initiatives and stuff like that. And then I've also been meeting with Matt Bachman a lot to assist him with whatever he needs help with. But the main thing we've been doing the past weeks have been Veterans Day planning. And that's almost fully planned, but obviously with events, it takes a while to get things set in stone. But the framework's there, and it should be on track to happen, which I'm super excited about. And then me and Nick are also following up, and Senator Molesky, with some disability concerns that were brought up in the athletic council. And then as well, I worked with the Secretary of PR, Abby, to get my flyer on the Instagram, and she helped me with that. That was awesome and very easy. And then I also canvassed all the Student Veteran Resource Center with my flyers. So even if veterans don't make it to my office hours, they can see my flyer and then also scan the QR code for the feedback form if they want to give me feedback. I've also, like Ryan mentioned, been working on my bylaws because they're very vague, and also my goal, my strategic plan this year is kind of to build out this role and kind of get it more established. And in doing that, obviously, I feel as though I need to make a lot of bylaw revisions. So that's what I'm doing. I've also been contributing to the SGA newsletter, and I plan to create more content for the newsletter that goes out to the school. And then there's been some more smaller things, but that's the main things. Somebody have any questions? Thank you.
Hi guys, we're not going to go too much over time up, but I just wanted to reiterate what Betsy shared with us and get you guys all to take out the health survey when it comes out. It's going to be really important for shaping health and well-being initiatives on this campus. I know it's pretty long, but please try to take it and try to encourage other people to take it. Remember the Narcan training on November 12th at 5:15 p.m. And then continue to reach out, continue to email me about to hear any of your health and well-being concerns on campus and work with you guys to tackle them. Does anyone have any questions? The Narcan training? The Narcan training is going to be in the SGA office. November 12th. All right. Thank you guys.
Hey, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Kevin. I'm seeing a lot of new faces, which is why I felt like I should say. I attended the Academic Matters Council today with Senator Nick. Unfortunately, wasn't able to join us this evening. We passed, if I'm not mistaken, the certificate for labor studies. Putting on for that every month, so enjoy if you would like a certificate in labor studies. There is a revision, or sorry, a change to the degree for, if I'm not mistaken, one of the data science mathematical degrees for the Bachelor of Science. Unfortunately, I'm not well versed in that side, so that happened. There are 6 new courses going up. All of them were approved. We're still working on the academic integrity policy to be tabled until the next meeting, which is in 2 weeks. If you guys still continue to have concerns, questions, anything related to the new policy, including, I realized there were a lot of questions about generative AI, please come find me. We sort of discussed this in depth during the meeting, and I'm more than willing to field any questions that you might have.
So I'm only going to talk about some of the stuff relevant to me. I don't want to kind of break down the capital. But like I mentioned, there's some disability concerns and some of MLSD are going to try to follow up with those concerns and see what can be done about that. Also talk about there's going to be some cuts for the women's track team. I think it's about 20 are getting cut because of the new conference that we're entering. And then, oh yeah, we asked about retention, how we can get athletes to like stay at the events, the sporting events. And Senator Orlesky actually mentioned the idea of a survey, and including that in the survey, like what times they left, or asking a question about how long they stayed, which I think is a really good idea. Because they don't do that, they kind of track like attendance, who shows up, but they don't really track how long students stay, and I do think that's kind of an important thing to like recognize.
Charlie covered most of the good stuff. First basketball game is November 4th, I think it's it, right? So they were trying to, get heads out for that, so it should be fun. Among other things, I also attended the academic program budget council meeting. Went over long-term enrollment projections and budget implications for all that, for different students going to different places, and essentially outreach information and stuff like that. And also mentioned for our council as well, there's a program in labor studies was passed, among other program proposals.
Hi guys. This Monday I attended the Status of Women Council, and we discussed some new policy changes for the Title IX policy that UMass put into place over the summer. Basically, there's been some changes regarding this thing called mandatory reporters. So if you are a mandatory reporter, now anybody who receives a UMass paycheck is required to report any instance of sex discrimination and sexual assault. We talked about how that can have really problematic implications for dialogue on campus, for harms it can cause to survivors, effects it can have on faculty, students, anyone part of the UMass community. So right now we're working on a resolution / letter to administration from the Senate regarding how we feel about that, how we proceed, stuff like that. And we're planning on reaching out to some members of the SGA to move forward with that with the SGA. So stay tuned for that. Also reach out to me if you're interested in learning more about this. And
We're having so many questions, but does that mandatory reporting extend to other things like mental health, domestic violence, or whatever? It's just based on like how far does that extend?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's also what we talked about. That is very, very vague. So we're trying to refine that a little bit more, and that applies basically anything that has to do with Title IX, sex discrimination, gender discrimination. So domestic violence could be included in that, it could not, and that's why it's a little bit unclear and why it's a little bit
Just as a point of information, I attended faculty meeting a couple weeks ago, and they did the Title IX presentation there, and they said that any students that would be reporters, they have a whole training that they would implement. Again, as stated, there's still a lot of like discussions how that would be problematic, so it's still like being discussed about. But from their perspective, from admin's perspective, they said that students that would have to be mandatory reporters under this new change, there would be like a whole training for that. So hopefully they would keep that
promise and implement that, but so I just wanted to kind of like put that out there. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Lakeway.
Hi. Yeah, I think the Vice President just answered the first part of my question, but just to double down. I receive a paycheck from UMass for research. So the first part of my question is, am I now a mandated reporter?
So that's part of the reason why we haven't shared it, is because it was put into place this summer, yet no training has been administered for that. So yes, this does apply to you. So basically, the way timeline works is with every presidential administration, there's going to be new policies. Biden's administration released, I believe it was April, that the mandatory reporting applies to anyone who administers a teaching environment. So that would be professors, TAs, stuff like that, which makes sense. But UMass put their own rules on it. They put their own spin, saying anybody who receives a UMass paycheck. So a research assistant, an RA, someone who works at a dining hall. So yes, what you're required is like Leonie said, hopefully that they follow through with the training, but yes, it would be liable to report that.
Any further questions? Secretary Goodell. Someone, Ella, or Senator Rowe. That's the next one.
I just have a question. I remember I was at the Senate, and they were talking about, like, towards the beginning of the year, they were talking about Title IX with syllabuses. I don't know if this was brought up when you went, but are they still like required to put it in the syllabus, or is it still like optional? Because I just remember it sounding kind of problematic for them being mandated reporters and not being forced to put it in their syllabus, because then like a student can go up to them and I have no idea. So I'm just curious if there's been any advancements on it.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure if that's changed. However, I do know that the faculty in this meeting were talking about how they totally disagree with the fact that, students wouldn't be aware of this. This also would affect like curriculum. So if you have like a unit regarding sexual discrimination, like what does that mean for discussions you're allowed to have in the classroom? So that's a really good question. Hopefully we can follow up.
Thank you.
No.
It's not a question. So point of information, point of clarification on that.
Yeah.
They do, all teachers, like all professors have to put it in their syllabus. On the agenda. So it is.
So for microphone reasons, all professors do have to put them in their syllabus.
Questions? We are planning on continuing this with the SGA, so there will be a lot more information on this soon. Thank you.
Third, faculty representatives. ESO event representatives. Reminder that all senators are required to go to at least 2 ESO events this semester. Any advisory board representatives? On to Senate committee reports. Chair Raymond.
Hi everyone, happy almost Halloween. So this past week I had some midterms and things, so I didn't get a ton done, but we did roughly 100 eye clickers. I think Carlos sitting around here. And thank you to Anisha for starting that. And this Friday meeting with Research and Development, the research conference that we have in April. And lastly, my committee has been continuing the process of researching academic resources for academic research staff. And that's about it. Any questions? No? Okay.
Hi everyone, happy Halloween Eve. I don't have a lot, it's all in my report out, but I do want to mention that 2 motions will be going tonight regarding Amherst appeals. So the Senate will be considering accepting our status to 2 organizations tonight. And that all went through AA. We had a total of 15 appeals, granted 4 hearings, and accepted 2 that will be here today. So I just wanted to preface that, but everything else is in my report out. So any questions?
Melvin.
Thank you.
All right. Chair Sarn.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for not getting my report out on time and being absent for 2 consecutive meetings. I had a really busy week, but I'm finally done with all my midterms, and I promise you'll see more. I haven't been to a lot of stuff, but I'm having one-on-ones with my committee members. ODC is also planning the end of semester holiday party, which is held after the last Senate meeting of the fall. If anyone has any ideas or wants to see something special at this year's party, please reach out to me. Also, a reminder to all mentees to please fill out the mentee feedback form. We're currently only at 2 responses. Questions?
Senator Faulkner.
Where does it show?
All right. Yeah. Sharon, yeah.
All right. Hi, guys. Just a reminder, Election Day is less than a week away. So if you have a mail-in ballot, your RSCs will take it. So be sure to send that in before you. My report is up there, but one thing I want to talk about is that I brought up Coco's in conversations maybe a few weeks ago. How we want to have conversations around divestment and other things like that. And we're going to be having something called Hot Cocoa Hot Topics. Shout out Senator Room for that. It's gonna be like in 2-3 weeks. I think you guys know more about it, but it's gonna be around like divestment, police on campus, student safety, protest rights, just to have actually have an open conversation with like students on campus and what we can do to promote safety. Other than that, that's it. Any questions? No? Okay.
Okay, so first of all, I'm sorry, my report is not out, so I couldn't get into that. First of all, we have an amazing committee bonding event. We went on the hike, so it's better, honestly, best committee ever. So, yeah. Second thing is that I'm working on a subcommittee to improve the process. We're trying to create an option for an RSO application to just have like another option. And if you want to learn more about that, just email me, or if you're interested in that, just please email me. The third thing is, what is the third thing? Oh yeah, I'm gonna announce the vice chair soon, so that's pretty much it. If you have any questions, just email to me. Thank you.
Reminder. Committees. So if you're interested, reach out to Chair Tran. Any questions for Chair Tran? Attorney General Miranda. That's right. Any other questions that Chair Tran can answer? Cool. All right. Travis on.
All right. Hi, everyone. Happy Halloween. So sorry for not getting my report out, but the main thing is just keeping up with the projects that I'm currently on mainly. We're still trying to get the voter effort out there, and it's crunch time. I'm a week away from the election, so my committee is working really hard on that to make sure students are engaged. And also, we are currently doing the strategic plan for the select subcommittee that we're planning to do on administrative transparency. So if that's something you're interested in or want to help out with. Next meeting, they 10 minutes time, but 10 a.m. in the SGA office. You can come help us out with that, and you guys will. I'm sure you guys will hear more about it next Senate meeting. That's any questions?
Hi everyone, up there, but to summarize, if y'all haven't filled out the interest form, please fill it out. We only got 7 responses and we need to get these projects up and running. So you have till end of this week and then we are starting without you.
The other thing I want to talk about is trying to remember what I had in my report out. But what's not in there is I've actually been in meetings with the agencies. So with the current deficit, SACO Finance and I have been meeting with the agencies and kind of going over their budgets over the course of the past 3 years, looking at their finances, them what they're spending their money on, what they're not spending their money on, coming up with budget philosophies with their budgets this year, so that they're able to be fully operational next year, and able to support our students here on campus. I've also been trying to reevaluate SATF reforms. We're possibly going to be adding more and doing SATF analyses to see where the health of our SATF is currently at. On top of that, given the way last Wednesday went, the finance subcommittee is currently analyzing our processes. We are doing a lot of process changes to make sure that things go a lot more smoothly moving forward. So this may come up in, process changes, yes, bylaw amendments possibly, and just setting stricter understandings and guiding questions through committee meetings as we're training our senators for the next few groups that come through. Any questions on anything I just said? Yes.
Vice President.
You mentioned the bylaw changes and address vote swaying. Would any bylaw changes that would encourage senators to expand that conflict personnel?
So the current bylaw changes we are talking about, as far as I know, are not about vote swing. For finance subcommittee, the bylaw changes we are discussing currently is to see if we can make it stricter for our finance chair and I to understand what our roles and responsibilities are. In regards to vote sway lobbying, we're not sure what the bylaw that would be, and it would not be telling or making people to abstain, more just making sure we have clear understandings of how viewpoint neutrality and equity work together in our financial processes, and trying to set a clear understanding in our bylaws and what that means, and a definition, and seeing if just encouraging senators to abstain from non-VPN and non-equitable activities. So we're not hurting our groups through these processes and making sure they're treated the same.
Further questions?
Any further questions?
Thank you. Oh, yes.
I just forgot to add this to my report. Sorry, Anisha. But please, I just sent out an email for newsletter submission. So please make sure you guys, if you want anything on the internal SGA newsletter, make sure to send me an email and also nominate the number of the week. Also, just one last announcement that I forgot to make that I was supposed to make the last meeting is that I have appointed a vice chair. Everybody, please get it together for Senator Morgan Kim.
Chair Sharp? Oh, no. All right. Unfortunately, Advisor Ferreira, you're not which leads me to the question: does there exist a reason to call the session a committee of the whole?
Yes.
For what reason does there exist to call the session a committee of the
Costume contest.
whole? All right, the Senate will stand in recess. The committee of the whole will be session to discuss a costume contest. As a reminder, pursuant to the bylaws, parliamentary procedure is suspended. The Senate cannot vote officially on anything or take any proposed actions. Alrighty, I am trying to figure out. No, oh my gosh. What I want everyone to do, if you are wearing a costume, stand up. Oh my god, these are fantastic. All right, please line up at the front of the room. Hey, I wish this. Oh, here we go. Oh,
Maybe I could just sing. You did the mesh.
Why you sing? You're singing with me.
Oh yeah. Or I can just use my. Oh guys, this is. All right. There we go. Okay, don't scan the QR code yet. Okay. This is great. All right, everyone. What's going to go down right now is that everyone's going to briefly introduce themselves and what their costume is. And then after this, we're all going to vote to see who's the best one. And there's a very awesome prize. It's a bucket full of something. All right, we'll start here. We'll start. By the way, I'm the bylaws, if you couldn't tell. We'll cut the music. The QR code will be updated with everyone's name. I just have to work on this right now.
Can you guys hear me?
No.
Okay. I guess I'm Mac tonight from McDonald's. I don't really know. I just got the mask, but that's what everyone says I am. So I'm Mac tonight.
Yes. All right.
Like, I tried so to be a frat girl, but yeah.
Wait, Sean, what was the name of yours? Matt?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and then we have frat guy. Frat guy. Okay. Yeah.
Hey everyone, I'm the chair of ODC Shot.
Hey guys, I'm your favorite secretary of technology, Shasharda.
Sean in parentheses, Anisha in parentheses, Sean. That's what
I was a senator. Tonight I will be playing a game, and I have 3 words. Why so serious?
Hi, I'm Urja. I just put a headband on, so don't vote for me, but I am a devil.
Devil wearing headbands? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just dressed up as an angel.
Okay.
I'm Morgan. I'm New Valette Convention. You can just call me like the judge. I have like the best accessory, so you should vote for me.
Okay. Wait, what do you want me to write down? Judge?
Uh, what's up, guys? I'm Sully.
Sully?
I am President Colin Humphreys. Go
Wait,
Bengals.
let's go one back. What was the name?
Blake Wazowski.
Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, and then President Humphreys. Go Bengals. In parentheses.
Hey guys, I'm Dale, and Red Sox in 4.
Hi everyone, I'm Jane from Breaking Bad.
Yeah, all right.
Hey guys.
Boy, all right.
What up, Sigma Gamma Alpha? I'm Melvin.
I'll do you guys as a trio.
And I'm Vince, and you guys should rush SGA.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
All right.
Hey everyone, I'm Ryan, and I'm a math scientist. I just want to cut things and do some nice operations.
Hello, everybody. My name is Joe. I'm kind of sad because we got beat by Kenyatta's Eagles pretty badly. My coach, Zach Taylor, sucks and deserves to be fired. I'm an elite quarterback, but my team is maybe 3-5. But at least we're playing the Raiders, so that shouldn't be too bad. All we have to do is win 7 of our last 9 games. We'll make the playoffs. Woohoo!
What's up? Okay. All right, guys. Yeah. Yes. All right. On the bylaws. This was inspired by former Speaker Mahan's Halloween costume. He was a speaker like 5 or 6 years ago. So I just, anyway. All right. Okay, so I've now put in all of the names. You'll be voting for one person. Let me know if it didn't update. No comment.
As a candidate, can I vote for the other candidate?
Yes. You can also vote for yourself if you feel so inclined. Let me know, is it working? Okay. I kind of want to play the Monster Mash again. Does anyone object to that?
Play Thriller instead.
Oh no. Oh, Thriller? That's a good idea.
Well, my phone camera also.
You have to sign in.
So,
I'll just make it open. I mean, of course, we want voters there.
Yeah, mine's
Should be open for everyone now, not collecting email addresses. We already have 38 responses, 42. Oh my God. 3. Six responses. This is getting a little suspicious. Really was. Oh, I guess secretary. Oh, what is it? All right, I'm cutting off the voting. We're at 61. This is. Oh my God! Oh wow! Oh my God! You're up to no good, Rania. All right. Let me display these responses. Not gonna lie, they're a little suspicious. little suspects.
Yeah, Joker.
All right, so at 33, I can't really see anymore. 33, we have Joker. That was amazing. At 31%, we have Roy, Melvin, and Vince. All right. Is that one vote? Oh no, do not take that to the judiciary. All right, we have Mad Scientist at 4 votes. Oh, but we have Ishan, Anisha playing Ishan at 5 votes. Frat Guy 2 votes. Joe Burrow 1 vote. Oh no. Jane from Breaking Bad is 1 vote. I didn't vote. I would give my vote to that though. That's a great reference. Vice President Leone has 1 vote. Cody playing President Humphreys has 2 votes. All right. The judge has 3. And then, what does it say? Oh, Devil Wearing Headband has 1. All right. Not gonna lie, I'm a little bummed that the bylaws weren't up there, but I'm not gonna take it personally. What is it? Go back. All right. Okay, so I'm declaring that the Joker is the winner of this costume contest. Baskets for you. All right. Amazing job, everyone. All right. We are now going to transition into a more serious topic. All right, committee of the whole. I'm going to cut off Michael Jackson. Give me 1 second to arrange myself. I'm just going to take this opportunity to clear some. All right. Chair Stamen and Secretary Lombo will now be presenting the It is. Oh, it's not. Okay. Oh, I do not have access to. Monitor. Make sure this presentation is successful. Oh. Thank you for that. All right, all set? Cool. Yeah.
Hi guys. My name is Damon. I'm going to be talking to you guys about youth neutrality.
And my name is Anaya Longo. I'm Secretary of DEI, and I'll be taking care of the DEI portion.
Thank you. All right.
And this is the table of contents. We're going to start with DEI initiative, which is like an overview on DEI, able to create like for all students here. Then we'll get to VPN, which is the importance of VPN basically, and representation and balanced dialogue, jury decision, and then we'll get into the decorum.
I do want to quickly add in here, the purpose of this presentation is we have 2 motions up on the agenda from the DIA Fund. And wanted to quickly talk about the importance of equity and just maintaining viewpoint neutrality during our budget processes, especially given that we have 2 groups presenting in front of us today. So if there were any questions regarding that, that is why you get this wonderful information.
Okay, starting with DEI.
What is DEI? DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And basically, diversity is representation of different identities and backgrounds. So this can be race, religion, cultural background, gender, everything. And then equity is fair treatment and opportunities for all. And inclusion comes as creating an environment where everyone feels welcome and valued. And the importance for SGA is that we want to make sure that all student voices are heard, fostering a sense of belonging here. And this includes like organization coming to present in front of us. This includes senators here as well, and as well as like chairs and secretaries as well. And we also want to make sure that everybody feels the support. And we also want to make sure that SGA supports fair access to resources and programs for all students as well. And I know I mentioned equity, but I feel like a lot of people they mix up equity and equality. So I have this slide right here, and basically equality is about conformity, which means everybody gets the same treatment regardless of their background, regardless of where they're starting from, and we're basically assuming that everyone needs the same supports here at school as well. And equity, on the other hand, is about fairness and support. And basically, it's acknowledging first that we're all different and making sure that there's varying levels of support on individual need base. And also, that's focused on fairness, ensuring that everyone has access to the necessary support in order to succeed. And this is why I have this small little picture as well. For equality, they all have the same step stool, but like as you can see, our short man right there, he can't see the other side. But for equity, we made sure that everybody is able to see what's on the other side, which would be technically opportunity when it comes to funding in this case. And when it comes to our financial process, we have like equity is used to we look at equity when we allocate resources to group regardless of their mission statement. And we also provide transparent and equitable funding aid options. This is through grants, scholarships, everything. And we also evaluate financial policies to identify and address disparities in resource allocation. And we also maintain transparency in funding decisions to build trust and important accountabilities. Any questions about DEI?
Okay, let's get into viewpoint neutrality. All right, so what is viewpoint neutrality? I know a lot of you remember Attorney Farrell's presentation on viewpoint neutrality, but just to review, it's a well-known concept in First Amendment law, and it stands for the idea that any actions the government takes that implicate the rights of speech of certain individuals, they must be handled in an even-handed way. That doesn't necessarily mean fair, even-handed. But the important, how does it impact our processes here in SGA? We cannot, in one way specifically, is that we cannot discriminate against a group based off of their mission statement. It also means that the processes we use to fund and recognize groups here in the Senate when they're speaking should be the exact same. They should have the same opportunities and they should be taking advantage of the same processes, going through the same processes. And they should be, and yeah, but again, I would like to hone in on this point that it's not necessarily fair, it's just the access and the process that's the same. Does that make sense? So how does this apply? Well, I know a lot of you know me, and you know that I'm in charge of funding our RSOs and agencies here on campus. But in our financial processes, here we have to look through the funding guidelines. We have to look at the FY26 funding guidelines. That doesn't necessarily mean, by the way, just for Ways and Means. That also means DIA. That also means emergency. We have funding guidelines for those as well. They have eligibility and ineligibility criteria. We need to review those. We need to make sure that these groups are meeting the eligibility, and we need the criteria and checking to make sure they have no line items violating an eligibility criteria. Otherwise, that's not BPA.
also need to consider the facts and information that these groups are providing to us. So in our financial processes, that usually means we cannot use outside information. We cannot pull up a Google search and start looking at all the different kinds of hotels and seeing if there are cheaper options. It also means we can't do math. And when we're looking at a line item, we can't tell a group that they don't need a line item. So like in our budgeting processes with Ways and Means, if a group tells us why they need a line item and how it's essential to their mission statement and to the success of their event, okay, we have to take that explanation. It is their responsibility to provide us with that information. We have to take the information and take this. In the Senate, when these groups are coming to present to us, we can ask them, like if you see a group, I'll take Attorney Farrell's actually $1,000 paperclip example for it. If you see a group asking for $1,000 for like a golden paperclip, yeah, you can ask them how that's essential to their mission statement. And you can definitely ask them why it's essential to the success of their event. But we need to take in their explanation as well, and we cannot consider any outside information outside of that. Does that make sense? But yes, you should be using, if you see a line item, that use your common sense and ask those questions. The other thing is we can't tell our SO and our agency that there are cheaper options. We can hint at the fact, like when we're questioning that, how did you go, like again, talk about their process. How did you find this hotel? Why is this specific hotel essential to your mission statement and beneficial to the success of your event? But again, this kind of gets very close to walking the line of considering outside information. Does that kind of make sense? I know there was confusion on that last Wednesday. All right, and then the other thing is during our financial processes, these groups should have the same opportunity and access to hearings in front of the Senate where they're presenting to us, an appeal process, and fair process through our budgeting, appeals, and hearings that they're giving here in front of the Senate. All of that makes sense? Okay. Yeah, so we're going to talk about viewpoint neutrality and equity working together. I think this is a common misconception. Both of these concepts play a big role in our budgeting processes and our financial processes. And I only think we talk about viewpoint neutrality. I don't think we've ever talked about how they work together.
Okay, the first thing is fair representation. With equity, it makes sure that diverse voices are included, and VPN is there to guarantee that those voices are actually heard fully during discussions. We don't just want to make sure that like people are included but also heard at the same time. That's why we're trying to emphasize equity and VPN at the same time. Same thing with addressing biases. Equity identifies dismantle barriers, and then comes in to promote a bias-free platform for dialogue, ensuring fairness and how all opinions are treated. And this is what Maya was just saying a little bit before. Like, don't try to be biased when you make your decisions as well. Like, I get it. Like, there's cheaper options, but like, if an org comes and gives you a presentation of what they need, don't just start doing stuff to make sure that there's cheaper options and then like kind of like attack them with that as well.
But you can use common sense. If something looks too expensive, you have every right to question it and ask, how is it essential to your mission statement? And how is it beneficial to the success of your event?
And also the last thing is due process. Like equity ensures that groups from diverse backgrounds go through the same fair processes. And VPN ensures that the groups are treated the same regardless of background, mission statement, etc. And that's just basically what we've been emphasizing at this whole time. Just let's just make sure that everybody gets fair treatment moving forward as well.
All right, so I'm gonna walk us through some viewpoint neutral, questions that are viewpoint neutral, sorry. I know we were struggling a little bit last Wednesday. I have actually, these questions specifically up here, I catered to DIA specifically, so I looked at the eligibility criteria, the funding guidelines. So these are some examples of viewpoint neutral questions that you can definitely ask your Senate when you're hearing these hearings. So one of the eligibility criteria is that an RSO needs to tell us how they're contributing funds to their event. So you are allowed to ask this question. You should be asking this question because it's part of the eligibility criteria. Ignoring it is not the end. You can also ask how the line item is relevant to their mission statement. Again, a very important question to ask. We should be asking this question all the time. And actually, this is a question something groups should be providing with us 24/7 in our budgeting processes, emergency funding, DIA, all of it. So this is like across the board. You can definitely ask this. How is it beneficial to the overall campus community? Again, this question, you can apply it to any of our financial processes, not just waste or DIA. You can actually purchase requests, also ask that you provide this information. So yes, you can definitely ask this question. Media equipment. I feel like this one is actually not talked about enough. This is part of our ineligibility criteria. A lot of boards like to ask for media equipment. You can actually check those out in the library. So if you look for our ineligibility criteria, if you ever decide to, you will see there that a few of the line items say if you can find a cheaper option through like university services and you're not taking advantage of that option, then that's ineligible. So that's kind of how we get into the media equipment here. Does that kind of make sense? Yeah. And then the other thing is, are you using any of these line items to fundraise or generate revenue? So actually, if groups tell us that they're using line items to generate revenue, that is also like not good. It's ineligible, but the reason it's ineligible is because there are some students benefiting more than others off of someone else's fee money. Does that make sense? Okay. And then housing and lodging, specifically being contracted for. A lot of groups like to ask for housing and lodging for like judges or, I don't know, that's the only one I can think of right now. But those need to be specifically contracted for because otherwise, again, someone who's not a student is benefiting off of someone else's tuition money. Again, making sense? Okay. Any questions on any of the examples I just gave? These are not the only questions you can ask, but this is just to give you an idea of what kinds of questions we can ask in Senate, what kinds of questions we can't. Yeah. Ask.
If there's a line item of $50 for hotel rooms and they say that groups will be 2 nights there, and they say that 2 nights multiplied by $50 equals $80, we ask them how they got to that mathematically. Just like the component of it.
Well, okay, so technically you would be doing math by asking that. So I would say maybe clarify with the group how much funding you're requesting, because some groups are actually asking for $80. Like if a group goes 2 times 50 equals 80, what we would be funding them at is the 80 amount, not the 100. Does that kind of make sense? I know I'm not like technically answering your question, but in our financial processes, we're not technically allowed to do math. The orgs have to do the math for us. We can't be spending the time doing the math. So because of that, if a group comes to us and says, yeah, 2 times 50 equals 80, we're like, yeah, okay, 2 times 50 equals 80, even though I'm pretty sure every single person in this room knows that 2 times 50 doesn't equal 80, and we're funding them. But we are funding them at the $80 amount. Yeah. It is the same regardless. Like if the mathematical equation doesn't make sense, it doesn't matter because we can't do math. That's part of our like rules in our budgeting processes. So we would be funding them at the amount that they have told us, especially if it's less than that. Does that kind of make sense? I know it's annoying, but
just to build off of that as well, most of the time when we ask for a cost breakdown, we ask them for how much they want funding from us. So if you see a case where it's like 50, like 2 times 50 and you see 80, then they're probably contributing the extra $20 in that case. But on the opposite side, when it's more, that's where there's no question asked.
That is also like particularly to DIA. So like what she just said, like for finance subcommittee, if a group comes in and does that, we're just it doesn't necessarily mean that they're supplementing the revenue. But for DIA, they do have to prove that they're supplementing the revenue and that they're helping out with the funding of the event, and it's not just on SGA.
I kind of think what Cass was getting at, correct me if I'm wrong, is like during like the reimbursement process, like for like line items, is that different than the DIA fund? So for example, say if like the cost breakdown, if that's like incorrect, like how does what's the role of that? If that makes sense.
Well, that would depend on your definition of incorrect and cost breakdown. So if like the way the committee defines an incorrect cost breakdown is probably different than what you're defining as an incorrect
Can you
cost.
tell me what the committee defines it as?
Yeah, I was about to go into that. So like if the cost breakdown is not matching the information that is in the evidence, or if the cost breakdown is missing. So usually when we're asking for cost breakdown, we're asking a group for them to indicate quantity, unit, and total cost. As a committee, we're looking to make sure that unit and total cost matches what is in the evidence. Now, if it's not, then we have to have them for that line item request. If you see two mistakes that are being made, then we have to zero them. If a group comes in and they do, like they put in the wrong mathematical equation and they tell me 2 times 50 equals 100, but their evidence won't match in that, we're having them, and either way, we're not funding them at the full like $80 amount that they initially put in. Does that make sense? Usually in those cases, the evidence is not matching because, the computer can't do math. Charlie, are you raising your hand?
Yeah. I think example questions are really helpful. I'm just wondering if is there like a VPN cheat sheet or something for new senators or just
So I am currently actually working on making guiding questions for my senators because it was also something that they requested, especially given that we're still pretty new. So I am more than happy to send this cheat sheet out to Senate before a financial motion is being considered, if there is interest in that. But I would need people to indicate significant interest, just so I know that I need to do that.
So I apologize if I just completely misunderstood this. But hypothetical, so let's say I'm in an RSO, it's the writing club, and I request 2 10-packs of pencils at $2 a pop. I do the math and I get $40,000. And every other criteria matches, like it's a perfect funding request except for that error in calculation. How would Ways and Means correct that?
Well, Ways and Means can't correct incorrect mathematical calculation, but you do have to provide us with evidence. So if you did the incorrect math, what will usually happen is the evidence will indicate that you did the incorrect math. The evidence will actually indicate to us how much the line item costs, and so we will have you. Because your evidence is not matching what you're telling us in your cost breakdown. Does that make sense?
Thank you. I thought you could do that and get $40,000.
No, you cannot
I appreciate
get
the clarification.
Yeah, no, glad I was able to clarify. No, we cannot fund you at $40,000. I also don't, we would not fund a group usually at $40,000 at, quote, across the board cuts. Any other questions?
We get some thumbs raised. How do we feel? Thumbs up.
Do we want a cheat sheet?
Yep, great idea.
Okay, we want a cheat sheet. All right, I will work on that. All right, thank you guys.
All right, is there any other business for committee in the whole? With none, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn the committee in the whole. Senator Wu. All right, so it's been moved and seconded to adjourn committee of the whole. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. You guys have it, and the committee of the whole previously called the session stands adjourned. All righty. Is microphones on? Getting some feedback. Alrighty. The Senate will now consider 33. Bill to amend Title 3, Chapter 20, Sections 1 and 2 of the General Bylaws of the Student Government Association. Can we make sure all the mics are off? Sections 1 and 2 of the General Bylaws of the Student Government Association, Secretary of Sustainability. This motion was reviewed by the Committee on Administrative Affairs on October 10, reported favorably. It was previously considered by the Senate on October 16th and was tabled back to the Committee on Administrative Affairs for amendments. Was then reviewed by Administrative Affairs on October 24th with amendments that you can find on. Chair Stamen is recognized to make a factual description of the motion. Oh, shit. Yeah. Oops. Sorry. Diligent.
All right, so this amendment, I'll give Carol a chance to come and kind of explain the breakdown. It's nothing crazy, it's just a couple changes to the title of something in her bylaws. The committee voted unanimously on it. And now I'll give it to Carol to kind of explain it. So if you guys pull up the motion, the amendments, there, folder that was given to you, but essentially this amendment to my bylaws pertains to the part of my bylaws that talk about what used to be the Sustainable Organization Coalition. That is now, if these amendments pass, going to be known as the Student Sustainability Coalition. It's just, essentially the Sustainable Organization Coalition was a thing pre-COVID that was run through the person in my position. COVID happened and the Sustainable Organization Coalition, the purpose of it kind of ceased to exist because what it used to do was like vote on this fund that doesn't exist anymore. So I was like, how are we going to rethink this coalition? And essentially what we are now imagining it as is a overarching organization kind of bringing together passionate student leaders in the field of sustainability. Yeah, just kind of an area where everyone can collaborate on initiatives and build that institutional knowledge that keeps projects going past 4 years when the students graduate. So yeah, you'll just see we strike out all of the Sustainable Organization Coalition, changed it into Student Sustainability Coalition. And yeah, that's essentially the gist of it. It's going to be, it's just a group where really anyone can join. There are any more strict limitations as to who the members can be. That was also changed. So it's more of a final commitment, but we're hoping that it'll increase the body of students that join. And yeah, any questions? Yeah, yes, this has been approved by Student Legal Services.
Yes. The only reason it was tabled back today was just because of missing a whereas statement, so nothing to do with the content itself. It just needed a whereas statement so that it could be professionally presented in Senate.
For records keeping purposes
Yes.
as well. Further questions from the sponsor? All right.
Thank you, guys.
Is there a second for the main motion? Second. All right. Is there any for debate? With no indication of any for debate, the motion is called, and the question is on the passage of S33, a bill to amend Title 3, Chapter 20, Sections 1 and 2 of the General Bylaws of the Student Government Association, entitled the Secretary of Sustainability. All those in favor of passing the motion, please signify with an aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. You guys have it. The motion passes. The Senate will now consider S36, a motion to appoint Angel Silverio to the position of auditor. Chair Sachar is recognized to be the actual superintendent.
So, last week, AA reviewed the appointment process for the auditor position under the Secretary of Finance, which is Dylan Ellery, who's doing this now, to kind of speak on to a little bit of the interviewing and hiring process of it all. AA didn't find any sort of discrimination or discrepancies in the hiring process. We also all agree that Angel is a perfect candidate, so we voted in favor of the
Yeah, so I opened the application about 3 weeks ago now. I've been open for 10 days. I got 8 applications. I did 2 interviews, and then I selected him and he said yes. So if there's any questions about the process, though, happy to answer them.
All right. Any general questions for the sponsor? Vice President Leone.
It's just how do you like ensure to promote financial transparency within the auditing process with the president, vice president, and cabinet?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I'm also a member on the Ways and Means Committee, so being transparent not only with students, something I've been working on. Recently, it's just reaching out to you guys individually and trying to set up a time to speak regarding that. However, we probably will be reporting to Senate regularly about the findings that we have, so it will be public knowledge, and you can also reach out to me whenever I'm in the office very frequently. So yeah.
Further questions? All right. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Does there just need 4 debates? No indication we can debate. The motion is called and the question is on the passage of S36. Motion to appoint Angel Silverio to the position of auditor. All those in favor of passing the motion, please signify with an aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. Nice abstention. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Then I'll now consider S37, a motion to fund the African Students Association for $20,000 from the DIA funds. This was reviewed by the DIA fund committee on October 25th and was reported to the Senate. The DIA fund committee is recognized to make a factual description. The chair will entertain a motion to recognize non-members of the Senate. Presentation. Chair Sarna. All right. It's been moved and seconded. A motion to recognize non-members. We'll extend this to the group present tonight. To recognize non-members of the Senate to speak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. All right. The motion is adopted. Secretary Lombo.
Hi guys. So the DIA Fund committee went over the acting to the association request for DIA Fund, and ASA is basically the an organization here on campus, and they're requesting funding for their event called AfroBall. This event is on November 16th, and I will pass it to them. Oh, the vote during the DFM was unanimously to pass it to Senate, so.
So we are representing the African Student Association Executive Board. I'm Tabitha.
My name is Abina, and I'm one of the public relations officers for the African Student Association.
So this is just the table of context of what we'll be talking about today. So we'll start off with about us, about the African Student Association. Then we'll tell you a little bit about our mission statement, speak on our event, the audience, the planning process and when it all started, and what will also be contributing to our event. So a little bit about us. Like I said, we're the African Student Association. We're a student organization made up of strong and productive executive board, and our purpose is to showcase African culture to the student body throughout UMass, all while building a community to support and unify everyone here. Our goal is to support and unify the African population at UMass, to spread awareness about our beautiful continent of Africa, and to learn from various other cultures in order to promote diversity. So our mission statement is we aim to establish a cohesive network of African students, promote cultural awareness within the broader community, and foster a refined environment for social engagement among the diverse African student population at the University of UMass Amherst.
So this is successful events we've had and will have this semester, starting with our first general meeting, which was the ASA kickback, introducing our board and what we have for the future upcoming events towards the fall semester. And in general, we have general board meetings. Last week, we've had our Chill with Awesome, where we hosted games, and also informed them about our future event, which we'll be talking about today, which is AfroBall, an annual black tie event, which celebrates and showcases our rich heritage in Africa to the population of UMass Amherst. So speaking of AfroBall, it is happening on November 16th at 6 p.m. at the Campus Center. We plan to host and celebrate our African culture, featuring performances from Aphrodite, Hassa, Soul Sisters, to name a few. With the help of our MC and DJ, we hope to create a positive environment, including singing and dancing, and allowing others to unify each other with our African culture and share with the rest of the student body as well. So for AfroBall, we expect to host at least 400 attendees, all from the students to the alumni, staff, students of the 5 colleges, other undergraduate students, and anyone who else wants to join. The tickets just dropped today, just to let you know.
So our theme is Enchanted Forest. We're going to showcase African magic. And every year we pick a different theme in order to showcase the beauty of our continent, Africa. And so this year's theme is to diversify the network of African students here at UMass. There is a major population within the bigger countries like Nigeria and Ghana. But this year we're taking the efforts to make sure we include other regions of Africa where not a lot of students are from. So I'm Kenyan, and I know we're not that represented here. And so we're representing Kenya, we're representing places like Congo, South Africa, just to make sure all the regions are represented this year. And we invite all new students into the African community, whether it's first-year students, transfers, or maybe you just didn't know ASA existed before. What a perfect way to introduce them than through our annual gala of AfroBall, a place where you enter and you feel like it's home away from home. You learn about our culture, traditions, and heritage. And then we want to show the campus community how diverse African cultures are. This is a big, big continent. It's the second largest continent. So we want to make sure that not only the African community is aware of and we're celebrating our culture, but also it's also open to all of the UMass student body, the whole community. So please feel free to come and enjoy this event with us. So this is a little recap video of AfroBall 2023.
It's a PDF that was sent out. Oh. That's the Zoom speaker, right? Yeah. Okay. I don't know if you wanted to share.
1 second.
Secretary Wombo can email it to me, and I'll just.
Sorry for the technical difficulty.
That will stand in a brief recess.
So, I mean, honestly, you can, if you want to meet at one event, we probably could. But if you want to just reschedule something, you can also do that. I'm fine with working around. So it's in Dickinson Hall, which is kind of near our spot. So, just make it work.
Did you get it? No, I mean, I'm preloading my. Oh, got it. I still want to access the video itself. I have the YouTube video. You just have to skip the video. Senate will be in order. We're just gonna, yeah, that's all right. All right, impact on our community.
So the impact on our community, I touched upon it a little bit, but it's inclusion and representation of small African countries, like I said, countries like Kenya, Congo, South Africa, and very many more. And also it's a support group for all. As African students and African American students who attend a predominantly white institution, sometimes it's easy to feel out of place. And, you know, it's good to have a community where you feel like you're surrounded by people who understand you. And so that is what ASA thrives to do and also grow in our community. Within our first year transfers, any students who would love to join. But we're also all inclusive. So we're not only limited to the African student body, but all of the UMass student body. We hope to spread awareness of our heritage and tradition within all of the University of Massachusetts Amherst. So that's the impact on the overall community of UMass.
So to reiterate, due to the cut of about 70% of our budget request for the African Student Association, we are here requesting support for from the DIA Fund. AfroBall is one of the most important events that we hold each year, and we try and avoid having our newest members miss out on the opportunity to be part of this event as it's been happening for years. And we would like the opportunity for others to connect with each other and see each other at this event.
So I'm gonna go into a little bit of the planning that goes behind AfroBall. So with such a large scale and complex event, we begin our planning with AfroBall in the summer. So in the summer, we devise a theme for AfroBall as an executive board, and we come up with a e-board material for AfroBall. And we also began delegating tasks among the e-board, meaning we make the flyer or we figure out who we want to take our pictures, who we want to DJ, and we use those tags to kind of help us to get back on campus to start the planning process. And as for marketing, so with marketing, we use flyers, word of mouth, and very heavy social media presence during our marketing period for AfroBall. We're constantly posting on our page, interacting with other orgs who may be having events at this time just to gain some support from other orgs and just promotion of AfroBall as a whole within the org and the school. So just a timeline of our event planning process. So in September, once we get back, finalize our venue. We usually choose for bigger spots like the CCA or Sydney Ballroom. We collect invoices from all of our performers, our hosts, and we have a media personnel, a very heavy personnel at AfroBall. So we get all those invoices. By October, we have purchased, or in this case, we have finalized decor for AfroBall. We finalize our floor plan. We meet with agency like the Source to finalize our agreement for services. And then we finalize our evening scripts and the schedule for the event. And then by November, everything is pretty much getting to the final finishing touches. So we have our floor plan, dress rehearsals with all of our performers, and then sound check with our DJ and our host. And we set up the venue a day before just to get everything ready for that day so it's less stress. And then AfroBall, of course, happens in November. So right here we have a hourly breakdown of our event just to keep our event organized. So it begins at 6 p.m. and ends at 11 p.m. We have open dance floor, we have crowd engagement, we have performances from very vibrant dance teams all over campus and in the area, the region as well. Yeah, it's also amazing to be at AfroBall. So in efforts to increase our exposure for AfroBall, we host events, general body meetings, collabs with other orgs. Recently had our collab with Soka. It was a game night, it was very fun. We have a Jeopardy night that we hosted earlier in the semester, and we do have a very amazing Afro week that we planned in anticipation of AfroBall, which is a week of events for our members and non-members. Some of those events include like karaoke nights, tabling at the student union, Burke Party, of course, some of our more popular ones. On social media, we're very happy, as I mentioned earlier. So we have our flyer posted, we post our performers. We do have IG takeovers. Our e-board members take over the IG for their day, showcase what their day is like, and do a lot of polls and interactions on our story for our followers to interact with. And then in person, we did have a table at the RSO Expo earlier this semester. We print out flyers, distribute flyers all over campus, and we also do tabling at the student union. So here is our lovely AfroBall 2024 flyer that our PR team with. It's going to be at 6 p.m. November 16, 2024 in the CCA. Traditional cultural attire is highly suggested. Formal attire is mandatory. And, just following our theme of Enchanted Forest, what we came up with. And for risk management, we will have security at our event. We will have EMTs, and we will also be catering our menu at the event to cater all dietary needs of various individuals.
So obviously what you all are waiting for, the cost breakdown of AfroBall. As you can see, we have all of our itemized listed and the amount and the cost of which it comes down to, which is $26,688. As you can see, each is shown right here, and we did share our Excel sheet that shows all of our invoices if you have any further questions about that. So today we are requesting for $20,000 from the DIA fund. And this is exactly where that $20,000 is going to come from. As you can see, the total amount is not equal to $20,000. So we are mindful to know that the $1,141 is going to come from our funds. As you know, 70% of our budget request earlier this year was cut down. And so we try to keep in mind the future events we want to have for spring 2025, including Soulfest. So we want to know exactly where our money is going to and how much we have left, and we don't want to not have events for future students to enjoy for spring of 2025 coming back. So our contribution, keeping in mind of how much we want to be given, as well as other money that we've gotten earlier this year. So the smaller expenses that we want to pay toward is the DJ, the MC, the sound system, and any emergency funds that will be coming in the next couple weeks before Afro Ball that we don't anticipate.
For waste reduction, we're choosing UMass catering instead of outside vendors. However, we are limited to have a 30-minute radius, so we also had to keep that in mind. But with the UMass catering and inflation, a lot of prices have been going up. However, UMass catering has been able to keep around the same price. So since we've used them in the past event, we decided to use them again this year just to keep in mind our budget. And we are primarily using marketing and advertisement, like what's telling us a lot of social media promotions within the Instagram takeovers. That is in order to reduce waste, paper waste, and other. For our fundraising, these are actually all upcoming events. We have our African Dance Workshop on the 6th of November. So please feel free to join us if you can dance. Learn a little bit of Afro dancing, Afro moves. We have our Minute Fund also coming up and an African snack raffle. So thanks for watching. We're very grateful for this opportunity, and I really do want to stress the fact that you are all invited to come to Afro Ball 2024. Again, the event is November 16th at 6 p.m. Tickets just dropped today, so our UMass pre-sale is $17. And then the pre-sale ends on the 5th, and then our general sale is $20. So please feel free to come, enjoy this event with us, just to impress. And if you've ever wanted to go to Africa, but funds are low, come get a little taste of what Africa is like. Thank you.
Any questions for the presenters? Senator Prabhakar. Could you grab the microphone? Right behind you.
Hi guys, thank you for giving this presentation. I just have a question about a couple of line items. Can you please just describe how your line item related to law enforcement and UMPD is serving your mission and is important to the success of your event?
So we care a lot about the safety of our attendees, and we care a lot about we want to foster a safe environment for anyone attending. So we do have law enforcement there. There is dancing that happens at Acrobal. To have audience there to just in case somebody may slip, somebody may trip, anything like that, we have EMS available. And then we have security available too as well. Just like I mentioned earlier, to foster a safe environment. People feel safer at events when they know that there's police presence, especially people who are traveling from other campuses. We have people who come from other campuses to our event. It just fosters a safer environment. Guarantees we feel safe at our event.
And also just to add, this is UMass policies as well, since it's open to the public and it's we need to have police and security there as well.
Any further questions for the presenters? All right, thank you. One more round of applause. Does there just need for debates? All right, with no debate, the motion is called, and the question is on the passage of S37, the motion to fund the African Students Association at $20,000 from the DIA fund. All those in favor of passing the motion, please signify with an aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Stay safe. You guys have it, the motion passes. Any feedback? The Senate will now consider S38. A motion to fund the Arab Cultural Association $10,050 from the DIA Fund. This motion was reviewed by the DIA Fund Committee on October 25th and was reported favorably to the Senate. The DIA Fund Committee Chair is recognized to make a factual description of the motion.
Next, we have the Arab Cultural Association up in front of us, and they're having their Arab Cultural Night on November 15th. And their event is to celebrate Arab culture here on campus. It is open to everybody, and the DFA committee voted unanimously to pass it to the Senate as well. So yeah, here's their presentation.
Thank you, Naya. Hi, everyone. My name is Noor. I'm the Vice President for the Air Cultural Association, and we're going to start off our meeting by reading out our mission statement. So, the Air Cultural Association promotes awareness of Middle Eastern and North African culture and heritage at UMass Amherst. We strive to create a tightly knit community where we can network and provide lasting support for each other to succeed academically, so we can be financially, emotionally, and as students of our desired field of study.
Hi everyone, my name is Paula. I'm the president of the Arab Culture Association. So what is so the Arab Culture Association is a registered student organization on campus, like we mentioned before, dedicated to celebrating Arab and North African communities. We host weekly events to foster a strong sense of community among our members. We offer a variety of activities such as paint nights, karaoke nights, and more. And additionally, we organize two major events. The one that we're asking for funding for today, Arab Cultural Night in the fall, and then in the spring we have Arab Nostalgia Night. And in these events, we showcase our heritage and tradition. So this is our flyer for Arab Cultural Night. It kind of goes with like the color scheme, decoration, and all that fun stuff. And then the event itself. Arab Cultural Night is our biggest event of the whole year. We showcase Arab food. This event is to embrace Arab heritage and expose UMass communities to Middle Eastern. It addresses the ongoing events in the Middle East and North Africa by having speakers come in and speak during the event. And it illuminates the vibrant culture of many UMass students to be shared with Arabs and non-Arabs alike. And here's a video from Arab Cultural Night from last year. Okay, hi everyone. I'm Stephanie. I'm the secretary of the Arab Cultural Association. So as we mentioned before, this event is extremely important to our community for a variety of reasons. A big one is that the MENA community is extremely diverse. We have several people that represent a lot of traditions, cultures, and even dialects. And we integrate people outside the Arab community into this event as well. So we have a lot of people who come in who aren't particularly Arab, so they can learn more about our culture, eat our food, do our dances with us. So this helps foster more education on who we are, and it can help empower our community, especially due to the ongoing conflict. This is really important that we can bring everyone into our community together and educate others on what's going on. And lastly, this is important to encourage younger generations to embrace their heritage and who they are. And it's important because we can do this by proudly practicing like our traditions. We have poems, we have dancing, which is an important symbol of our culture and our resilience. And then now we're going to go into the marketing plan. So the formal flyer was released 2 weeks ago, and we had a pre-sale that occurred from October 20th to the 27th, where tickets were sold for $12, and now tickets are being sold for the normal price of $14. And whatever we have left over at the door will be sold for $17. We'll also be tabling on November 6th, 7th, and 12th to sell tickets in the student union for ACA, and we've been hinting at it during small events, and we've been also reaching out to RSOs and other Arab associations across Massachusetts.
Hello, everyone. My name is Samantha. I'm the large events coordinator for ACA. So this is a quick breakdown of what the day's kind of going to look like for us, and just a general overview of what ACA will look like from our perspective of things as the planning. So it's going to start out pretty early. Decorators come in 10:30, and we get afterwards everything set up. So we're going to help set up MC practice and our big flag ceremony, which is where everyone comes in representing the different flags, get everything practiced. As well, then the DJ, Zephyr, which is traditional dance performances, will come in with the photo booth, photographer, videographer, make sure everything is set up and prepared for the event. And then at 6:30, our doors will open. Our event introductions will begin at 7:15 to 7:30, where we have board introductions as well as the flag ceremony commencement. And then there'll be some poems as well read. There's some student performances, so we'll have student speakers as well as student poem readers. Then we'll have some time for food, some further student performances, and then we'll have the vice president and president speeches. And then we'll get into our traditional dances, which include the Zephyr and the tabla performance. And then we'll continue with an open dance floor.
Hello, my name is Adam, and I'm the events logistical coordinator for ACA. So I'm going to talk about our risk management. We will have ticketing services at the door to make sure the only people who get it were RSVP'd and paid together. We're going to have 2 EMTs from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. to ensure our mission statement of a safe environment. We're going to have identified emergency exits near the Cape Cod Lounge near the UMass store. And we have this space booked for 240 people, which is under the capacity of our current venue that we have chosen of the UMass Student Union Ballroom.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zainab, and I'm the treasurer of ACA. So the total cost of ACA is $12,725, and the amount that we're requesting is $10,050. So the amount that we're requesting covers Zephyr Dubka Group, DJ, and then decorators, and partially covers catering. And this is the full cost breakdown. So we have catering, we partially covered it using our fee money, and then partially requesting $1,900 from the fund. Decorators requesting $4,500 from the fund, and then DJ and tabla, and Dubkin drummers. And then we're covering the cost of photographer, videographer, and photo booth. So as you can see at the end, the total comes out to $10,050. And yeah, so we are requesting $10,050 for.
And then for waste reduction, we're using UMass catering instead of having an outside vendor. This is in order to save money. We've used them before, and they know what our order looks like, and they usually work with us to reduce the amount that we need to pay for food. And then the other thing is we've hired a student photographer and an alumni videographer for our event. Our videographer is local to the Western Mass community, so we don't need to cover their travel fee. And the student photographer is just a person on campus, so that makes sure we're using our community and we're also not spending that much for something that the community can give us back.
Here are the invoices for all our vendors. We have DJ, decorators, and then the photo booth. And then we also have the Zafa and the group. We have catering, photographer, and video.
Marhaba everyone, my name is Zahida and I'm the fundraising director of the Agricultural Association. So for some fundraising, we are doing basic. We're trying to do that every other week or like twice a month for 3 days. We do our fundraisers. For the upcoming fundraiser on November 6th and November 7th, we have some delicious homemade Dubai chocolate by a Lebanese mom. We did that previously, and a lot of people keep on texting us on Instagram saying, "Where's it again?" So we're bringing it back for ACN, and we have some homemade cookies, brownies, some delicious traditional Saudi Arabian tea or chai known as karak, and we have lemonade, something refreshing, and we have ACA stickers. I just want to highlight on the fact on the importance of everyone stopping by our fundraiser, especially that recently we have been fundraising for Palestine, Lebanon, and Sudan. Everything we made in our latest fundraiser was donated to countries in need and in the Middle East. And yes, we would love to see you there and stop by our bases. So it's going to be November 6th and 7th. Another thing for fundraising, yes, it's our, we are going to be dropping our merch. The popular color is our dark red color, and then this is the original one, and then we are dropping a new color, which is in sand. This is gonna come out next week, and hopefully some of the fundraising money we make will go to ACN as well. And we have some new merch items, which are our tote bags. And I want to thank everyone here for without you, I don't think we would be able to hold ACN, and we would love to see you there. I've been asked before if we have restaurants in my country, so I would love everyone to show up and try a taste of what we serve in our restaurants there. So yes.
And then we also have our letter of support from our previous president.
Anthony Nassar, Chief of Staff.
Thank you. And we would also like to reiterate, everyone here is welcome to come.
All right, is there a second for the motion? Is there just a need for debate? With no indication of need for debate, motion is called. Questions on the passage of S38. A motion to fund the Arab Cultural Association $10,050 from the DIA fund. All those in favor of passing the motion, please signify with an aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstaining, say abstain. That's that. Motion passes. All right. The Senate will now consider S39, recognize Mass Suicide Prevention Club as a registered student organization. This motion was reviewed by the Committee on Administrative Affairs on October 24th and was reported favorably. Chair will now read the entirety of the motion. Whereas the Student Government Association is responsible for overseeing the registered student organization application process in conjunction with Title 7, Chapter 7 of the General Bylaws. And whereas Title 7, Chapter 7, Section 6 provides prospective RSOs the opportunity to appeal their RSO application denial in accordance with the grounds described by Title 7, Chapter 7, Section 6, subsection 2C. And whereas the Administrative Affairs Committee is responsible for providing an appeal hearing to RSO applications, who have presented clear ground for appeal upon their denial. And whereas the Administrative Affairs Committee must then investigate the appeal request.
Motion to overrule the speaker, so he does not have to read the entirety of the motion.
There is two more sentences. I'll be quick. The chair does acknowledge the importance of reading around. Whereas the Administrative Affairs Committee must then investigate the appeal request to consider granting the appeal to the Mass Suicide Prevention Club under the following grounds: misinterpretation of the application's language. The original application did contain the appropriate and sufficient language to meet the stated requirements used in approved applications. And whereas the evidence provided by the organization suffices beyond a reasonable doubt that this organization granted an appeal for RSO status, be it therefore enacted by the University Undergraduate Senate, the Student Government Association, effective immediately, the UMass Suicide Prevention will be granted status as a registered student organization. This motion is sponsored by Chair Santararo, who is recognized for a faculty description.
All right, so before I hand the floor over to Keanu here who is representing UMass Suicide Prevention Club, I'm just going to quickly address how AA kind of plays a role in this briefly. So we received a total of 15 RSO application appeals within the past 2 weeks. That means that when the Secretary of the Registry, Rania, is going through all the RSO applications, when she denies an RSO, they do have the opportunity to appeal this to AA, who is then going to investigate this appeal using evidence, corresponding it with certain grounds that you can request an appeal for. So AA convened for roughly 10 hours total this entire process. We did it very thoroughly, and it resulted in 2 out of those 15 appeals being verified as very valid and thorough reasons why they deserve to receive RSO status. So that's a little bit about AA's side of it. I'm happy to answer any additional questions. Today I'm going to pass the floor off to Keanu here, who is going to just kind of explain the RSO organization side of it.
Just round of applause to the hard work of the Administrative Affairs. And round of applause to our guests.
Hello, everybody. I'm Keanu. I'm here for the Suicide Prevention Club appeal. Thank you. What is the Suicide Prevention Club? Our mission statement is to foster a compassionate and supportive community dedicated to preventing suicide through education, awareness, and advocacy. We aim to increase the understanding of mental health issues and reduce the stigma associated with seeking help through campaigns, events, and social media outreach. Our goal is to offer a safe and inclusive environment for students to share their experiences, access resources, and also have peer support. We conduct workshops, seminars, and we're going to have training sessions to equip the students, facility, and staff with the knowledge and skills to recognize signs of distress and intervene appropriately. Additionally, we promote policies and initiatives that prioritize mental health and well-being on campus and advocate for the need of those affected by mental health challenges. Together, we will strive to create a campus culture where every individual feels valued, supported, and empowered to seek help when needed. So this was like some of the checks boxes missing for the approval of the club. And then, so the first one would be like process of removal of officers, members, and the second one was the statement of free speech and expression. And next one. So we actually have it in there, but there was just like a small misunderstanding and it was missed. And next page. We also have the freedom of speech and expression in there. It's in the Constitution.
Just so you guys are aware, these are screenshots from their constitution, which gets reviewed, and I'll give Anya a second to kind of explain her side of it. And so yeah, what you're seeing is a direct screenshot from their constitution that they submitted to the Secretary of the Registry. And before that, those check boxes is what they have to include in these constitutions in order to get approval for RSO status. So I'll quickly just give Anya a second before the presentation continues.
Hi everyone. So I reviewed around 71 applications in around a week. And all those applications are pretty lengthy. So I made a few mistakes, and this RSO was a case of one of those mistakes. I believe this might have just been a mistake with organization in my folders. And also I forgot to check off some of their check boxes. But they very clearly had everything that they were required to have. So I urge the committee to vote for their approval, and yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say.
So I didn't see like any of the highlights or notes when it was sent back to me, which would normally explain the pieces that are missing for the approval. And that's about it. Thank you.
Chair Tran. Is there a microphone anywhere?
Okay. I would strongly urge the Senate to pass this because this follow the
factual questions.
No, I do not have it. But I just want to because yeah, we have followed all the procedure and I feel like this is like a little bit on us because we have a little mistake. So that's what we're trying.
Remember for factual questions, this portion as well. Any further questions? Is there a second for the motion? Second. Is there existing need for debate? If no indication of need for debate, the motion is called. Questions on the passage of S 39. Motion to recognize the UMass Suicide Prevention Club as a registered student organization. All those in favor of passing the motion, please signify with an aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. All those abstained, say abstain. Yes, have it. The motion is passed. To recognize the Eisenberg Sustainability Club as a registered student organization. This motion was reviewed by the Committee on Administrative Affairs on October 24th and was reported favorably. The chair will now read the entirety of the motion.
Motion to overrule the speaker so he does not have to read the entirety of the motion.
That would be a motion to suspend the rules.
My fault. Motion to suspend the rules to
Which needs to be recognized. Senator Wu.
Motion to suspend the rules so the speaker does not have to read the entirety of the motion.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded. Motion to suspend the rules so the speaker does not have to read the motion. All those in favor, please signify with an aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion will not be. Chair Centenaro is now recognized to make a factual description.
All right, so same goes for the last time I spoke. This was another organization that filed an appeal and the committee considered it and granted them an appeal hearing where we were able to get more information and kind of understand their evidence and cross-examine it with their constitution. And we reported favorably on it just like the last month. So if you want to present.
No presentations.
Oh, did you send it?
It's, okay, yeah. In the motion submission system. Senate will stand in a brief recess.
Yeah.
Guys, we're gonna be right back. I would request that senators remain seated, please. Please give up. Val, I don't have the link.
I got all this stuff on my own. Basic constitution.
Sorry. The Senate will be in order.
My name is Amrita, and I am the president of the Eisenberg Sustainability Business Club. And this is our presentation. So I'm just going to start by explaining a little bit about what we are and what we do. So we're the Amherst Sustainability Club, and our mission is to provide resources for undergraduate students interested in the field of sustainability in relation to business. It's a very niche field, and there's a lot of students within Eisenberg that want a lot more resources about it. I was one of them, which is why I started this club in the first place. We are a team of 14 board members and over 30 undergraduate members as of October 2024. And we are seeking RSO status to be recognized as an official Eisenberg club and to reach undergraduate students who are interested in sustainability campus. So the reason for appeal, we're appealing to the decision made for RSO status due to a misinterpretation of the language for voting membership in our constitution. Our intention is that all active undergraduate members of our organization are considered voting members for purposes such as electing new officers. For an undergraduate to be considered active, they would need to have 2 recorded attendances of our general body meetings per semester. This is the notes that we received in the back, so that like the applicant does not specify the voting membership is open to undergraduate UMass students or the voting membership anywhere. And here's we underlined the evidence that like the undergraduate student, any undergraduate student at UMass Amherst is welcome to join, and that new members may be in a number of ways. And we also have 2 more underlined things here in our constitution, saying that like who is a remaining active member, which alludes to the fact that we said earlier that it's open to UMass undergraduate students, will be allowed to run for any positions as well as vote. In addition, at the bottom it says to also have like an equal and fair election process.
Are there any questions for the presenter or the sponsor of the motion? Senator Pro.
I'm just wondering, were any issues with this like brought up to you during the initial process, like interview that you went through with the Constitution?
The preliminary meeting.
No.
Further questions? Senator Wu.
Fortunately, don't have a mic, so I'm gonna yell.
Point of clarification, AA went through their entirety of the Constitution, even and we managed to find every single component that we thought was originally missing, so I would strongly encourage you guys to pass this.
So I've also reviewed this application and again, this was a mistake on my part. I will say the reason that I probably made this mistake is because when I was reading their constitution, I was looking for them to define voting membership in their section about membership, whereas they kind of did something a little different and defined it under election procedure. Which is still valid and allowed as per our rules, but that's just probably why I made that oversight while reading their application. So again, I would urge you guys to pass it.
Further, Vice President Hamer.
This was passed unanimously, correct? Through AA?
Yes, both of these.
Further questions? Is there a second for the motion? Does there exist a need for debate? With no indication of a need for debate, the motion is called and the question is on the passage of S 40. Recognize the ayes of the Accessibility Club as a registered student organization. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstaining say abstain. The ayes have it. And the motion passes. S41, a motion to raise the weekly hours of the Secretary of Veterans Affairs from 8 hours to 12.5 hours. Vice President Hammond.
Can I just give a point of information real quick?
Rania worked extremely hard for that 1 week and only on 2 RSOs that she denied went through the appeal process. So could we just get a round of applause for all the hard work Rania did?
Whereas the SGA executive leadership in fall 2023, Senator Probakar. Fall 2023 changed the formula for funding SGA positions from line item across the board cuts. The same process for agencies to be a line item on the S1 through the waiving process for fiscal year 2025. And whereas the SGA executive leadership in academic year 2023-2024 implemented a system called hour utilization. The system tracked the hours actually logged by SGA officers over the past few years. And whereas the hour utilization system did not allow for executive and legislative leadership to dictate how they wanted to receive their cabinet and chairs designated working hours, be set respectively. And whereas the FY25 budget presentation that coincided with 2023 S28 from the previous SGA executive leadership stated, requesting 80 to 86% of payroll would much more accurately reflect the utilization of SGA while providing a cushion for positions. This will be based off of 5 different pay scales. And whereas the same FY25 presentation stated, it is the SGA's responsibility to set the precedent for not overinflating budgets. This prevents further across the board cuts for the overall SATF fee account. The unfortunate reality is groups need their funds and receive drastic across the board cuts. The SGA lowering their budget did not and will not cause a trickle down effect for our budgets, and instead tangible SATF reforms need to take place. And whereas 2023 S28 stated, whereas in the event of complete budget cuts, the SGA would both break the general bylaws of the SGA and negatively affect all ESOs. While true, the hour utilization rates would have still caused the SGA operating budget to be lower than if the percentage of cross-board cuts received through the process in fiscal year 2025 was the same as fiscal year 2024 by about $20,000. And whereas as stated in recitals mentioned above, the SGA cutting its own budget from the hour utilization system would have lost the SGA valuable money if SGA used the agency process and received the same percentage of budget cuts that it got in fiscal year 2024 by about $20,000. Further showing that SATF reforms are the only way to reduce established student organizations overinflating their budget, and the trickle-down economics do not work. And whereas last year's SGA executive leadership used the flawed hour utilization system to drastically cut the Secretary of Veterans Affairs hours to 8, lower than the rest of SGA officers. And whereas the Secretary of Veterans Affairs has and continues to work over 3 hours a week, most weeks working 13 hours a week. And whereas the Secretary of Veterans Affairs needs weekly hours raised to the bare minimum for the rest of the cabinet to allow the position to grow and be rebuilt. And whereas veterans deserve equal representation in SGA fully funded and staffed position. And whereas UMass is a school committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and allowing the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to work in proportion to their colleagues shows the community we are committed to uplifting underrepresented minorities, including veterans. And whereas the Secretary of Veterans Affairs sits on 2 search committees, the first one is Ombudsman Search Committee, and the second is the Dean of Libraries Search Committee. And whereas the Secretary of Veterans Affairs sits on the CTC, Faculty Senate Council, and the Athletic Council, and often attending meetings in lieu of President Humphreys and Vice President Yemeni. And whereas the Secretary of Veterans Affairs has already made monumental strides in the role, completing initiatives that allow student veterans to get discounted parking. The Secretary of Veterans Affairs has mediated conflict and come up with a satisfactory conclusion to a disagreement that veterans table, where veterans are held to the same standards as our students. Whereas the University of Massachusetts Amherst is a state-funded institution committed to supporting veterans, and veterans attending on a GI bill need extra support from not just the administration but also the SGA. And whereas the Secretary of Veterans Affairs has launched an initiative called the Grassroots weekly office hours at the Student Veterans Resource Center that have been consistently used. The goal of the initiative is to get the Secretary of Veterans Affairs in community spaces with veterans to interact with hear concerns directly. The Secretary of Veterans Affairs hears an influx of concerns and proportional hours allows the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to contribute proportionally to cabinet accomplishments adequately as concerns. And whereas this would be an amazing first step for our SGA to say we support veterans, this is a public motion, meaning people will see our stance on veterans affairs, see that their student representatives are committed to supporting them. And whereas a substantial number of veterans already express feelings of disconnect from the community and supporting their representative is a public expression of a commitment to make sure veteran students are heard and recognized as a valued part of our community. Therefore, be it enacted that the weekly hours of the Secretary of Veterans Affairs are raised to 12.5 effective weeks. This motion is sponsored by Senator Bloom, Senator Probakar, Secretary Goodchild, Vice President Leon. Senator Bloom is recognized to make a factual description of the motion. Yes. Vice President Leon is recognized on behalf of Senator Bloom. There's a presentation.
I'm gonna have Frank walk away. I'm gonna have Dylan make a remarks, and then I'll have Charlie kind of explain what he's doing, and then I'll kind of break down this presentation here.
Thank you. So just as the Secretary of Finance, I have to give a insight to the financial aspects of this. So the bylaws do say that our allocations require a prior consent of the Senate. That's what we're doing right now. As for me, what I'm going to say is that last year, the previous administration used a utilization rate analysis to look at how many hours are being used by each position and allocate them that way. And that is how the budget was given to us this year. And that is the hours that the budget has allocated for the entire year. So yes, as of right now, we do have the money for this, but I just want to emphasize that if you fund things that were not originally anticipated for, that money comes out of other things that were in the budget. But I'm gonna let you guys hear him out and see if you believe that he deserves these hours. I'm not giving an opinion either way, but I think you would just need to watch his presentation and see if he is utilizing these extra hours to the fullest extent. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So I think the motion, we spent a lot of time working on it. I think it sums up pretty much the issues that I'm facing. I'm only paid 8 hours a week, which is very difficult, especially with because I'm taking this position basically from the ground up. There's almost like no archives about it, no like previous information. So it really is a huge time commitment to really be able to rebuild this position. And also, I think we mentioned that we're a school that supports equity. Most people on the cabinet get 12 and a half hours, and I'm the only position that gets 8. So I want my position to be proportional to the rest of the cabinet positions because I think it's an amazing way to show that, we support veterans and we support their representative by giving the person equal hours. That being said, I just want to list a few of the things I've already been doing with 8 hours. That being said, I have been working on average 13 hours a week, which has been difficult, but something that I wanted to do to prove that, this amount of hours is something that would be used well. As I've mentioned, I did parking passes for veterans. I got them a 50% discount on the garage, and that's sustainable because they can request more, and there's no limit to how many. I've also started interacting with almost every administration that deals with veterans and really getting a working relationship established with each branch. And as well as I've been doing a lot of effort, as I mentioned in the motion, my grassroots initiative, I've been spending a lot of time with veterans, talking to them because this community is not a very vocal community, which is a shame, and I want to change that. But obviously, I don't want to, force anybody out of their shell. So a lot of what I've been doing is getting in veterans' faces and hearing them out, and also just giving transparency to what I'm doing. A lot of the initiatives and work I've been doing this year has been basically purely sprouted from my grassroots initiatives. The parking pass was something that I got from veterans. The meal discount that I'm working on is something veterans requested. And on top of all these veteran projects, it's really difficult to keep up with them with only 8 hours, especially since I sit on search committees. And I feel as though my position in search committees is very important because I'm able to bring a veteran perspective to that, and they are an underrepresented minority community on campus. And I feel as though we need to elevate that. I've been working on Veterans Day planning, which has been taking a lot of time. Veterans tabling is something I'm doing. I've implemented a feedback form for veterans so that they can interact with me anonymously because I understand that my community is not a very local one. So if they don't want to directly come to me, then they can just use the feedback form. And I've also been doing a lot of bylaw expansions. And then there's a whole list of things I've been doing with assisting the director of the Student Veteran Resource Center and stuff like that. But long story short, this increase in my hours to be proportional to the rest of the cabinet would, one, be showing that we believe that veterans are at equal the rest of the cabinet positions. And it would also allow me to continue to do the work I've been doing and build this position to be sustainable and long-lasting past my time here. So thank you guys for your consideration, and I really hope that this passes.
Yeah, it is that. But yeah, I just want to echo that ever since Charlie started with us back on June 1st, he has been phenomenal. He has been one of the first people to step up whenever we've asked for volunteer for things or to go to different meetings. He really has expanded the role of Secretary of Veterans Affairs. I'm gonna quote my predecessor and good friend, former President Tess Wiseman here. He said at the banquet that he would be the best Secretary of Veterans Affairs of all time. And so far, I think he's making a pretty good case for that. Tomorrow, for example, he's doing office hours from 1 to 5 to have the Veteran Resource Center to help get our active and former student military members registered, ready to vote, help them get information for voting and the upcoming election. He's been very instrumental in trying to advocate for veterans benefits, including reduced parking passes, reduced meal plans, and ultimately, I think he's been doing just as much work as any other cabinet member. The reason that he's only been allocated 8 hours is because in the past, the position hasn't been utilized as much, as unfortunately. But thankfully now we have a Secretary of Veterans Affairs who is doing a fantastic job, really revolutionizing the position, and honestly has worked just as hard as the rest of my cabinet. And I think that it makes complete sense why he should be paid 12.5, which is what most of the rest of the cabinet makes, with the exception of Attorney General, Registry, and Finance, all who have rather extensive roles. With that being said, I'll hand off to your favorite Vice President.
Hand off to Ella before I get to me.
Yeah, I just have a really quick thing to add on why I supported this. Last year in Senate, I don't think I've ever heard from or knew about the Secretary of Veterans Affairs. Like, they just were not. No offense, but they just were not here doing the job, and that's what we keep doing this year. So I think it makes sense to utilize the hours, and that's why I support it.
Okay, I'm gonna break this down really quickly because I don't want to take too much time. Can you go to the next slide? Might have to keep skipping a couple actually. Can you go next slide again? Okay, this is the slide I want to talk about. So this was a fiscal year presentation from last year. This kind of explains what happened. So we implemented the line item process through the Ways and Means process, which was a good idea because if we didn't do this, we would have lost a lot of money through the across-the-board cuts that happened this year. You go to the next slide. Next slide again. Next slide again. Okay, next slide again, actually. Next slide. These are all the vice president's memes from last year. He had a great personality, as you can tell. Next slide again. Okay, so this is what's talking about like our payroll that's happened the past few years. So basically, this also does not explain like certain positions. It only talks about all the payroll that was used versus not used. So, for example, this is all the money that the SGA requested. That's what they got through the budget cuts, and this is how much they can use. 2020 COVID, and then repetitive. And so basically, what the last year administration said was because for COVID, this is kind of where we're at. This is where we kind of expected our payroll, what it would make sense to be. You go to the next slide, actually. Bear with me, everyone. Next slide again. Next slide again. Okay, so this is the slide I want to talk about, the new payroll versus the old payroll. So our operating budget is $291,000, and it would have been this through the other process, what we would predict without across the board cuts for this fiscal year 24 stayed the same as the year fiscal year 23. And so, can you go next slide? Okay, so basically the 291,000 comes from the non-payroll expense. So this is our discretionary funds. So basically, what we're here to say is that essentially last year the allocating system basically explored all the payroll that SGA used in the past few years, and it was the last year administration that kind of dictated who in cabinet kind of did what. And so they took all the money that was used up and hadn't been used, and they kind of broke down the hour utilization per position, and they talked about what kind of, they didn't break it down for a position specifically, but also what this kind of did was it didn't allow the new administration to say, hey, we want to make sure that
our new cabinet kind of works the way that we see fit. So I've been rambling a lot, so I'm just kind of gonna open up the questions and then we can kind of go from there.
Questions for the sponsorship? Chair Stamen.
Wait, sorry, I'm trying to formulate my question.
So am I to understand that what you're trying to say is that the payroll line item appeared, we did it differently this year, is what you're saying, so that we weren't as impacted by across the board cuts, so instead of, can you just clarify a little bit?
Yeah, so what Vice President Gothard did last year was they did a non-binding to basically say that our operating budget should be $291,000, which the Ways and Means Committee did last year, which is what our operating budget is this year. And so what we are saying is, if we use the same system that we used last year, which would have been $308,000, and those across the board cuts stayed the same for this fiscal year, we would have had $308,000. So what we are saying with this is that doesn't have anything to do with this. We have the discretionary fund, we have that money, but what we are saying is that process to try to save us money, to try to save us the 290,000, 308,000. The whole point of that was to put it back into the SATF so that other groups could take that extra money. And so what we are also saying with this, what we're trying to show people is that also having our own budget didn't fix any of the problems. Maybe give other groups maybe if 20,000, not even 20,000, 291 and 308, not great at math, that's what, about $17,000. Right, that's all the RSOs and everything. That's a little bit of added money given. And so what we're saying is that process, the non-binding resolution saved us from across the board cuts. Unfortunately, what happened was it cut our money to what we could have had, and that's money that was valuable for our operating budget, money that we could have used for other things this year. And so what we are trying to say moving forward is we want to continue a non-binding resolution for the SGA, but we really need to focus on SATF reforms because kind of their own budget won't show other groups, hey, don't over request because didn't fix anything this year. We cut our own budget and across the board cuts for every single agency, every single RSO were record high. We haven't seen this in years. And so what we're saying is instead of cutting our own budget, trying to trickle things down for every other RSO, we need to focus on the SATF reforms. Does that make sense?
Yes, I do have a follow-up. So if this is what we're gonna be doing, then what is our expectation of the other groups? If we're, like, I'm currently as a chair trying to encourage other groups to request money that they need money for. I'm also doing this with the agencies right now in my current conversations with them. So why are we not following the same standard?
What standard are we talking about?
Like, if you're saying that, well, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, but what I'm telling groups right now is that you should be requesting funding, what you need funding for. You shouldn't be requesting funding for anything else.
That's what we're telling groups. What we're saying groups is that if we don't do these SATF reforms, the money that they're requesting, the money that they won't get because those stuff across the board cuts. So what I'm saying is what we did last year is try to do trickle-down economics, and that didn't work. So what I'm trying to say now is instead of just trying to cut our own budget, get back to everybody, what we need to focus on for next year is just fixing these SATF problems that exist.
President Humphries.
I did want to add that, you know, when Dylan works on our budget next year, it is our full intention to only request money for what we need. Now we're going to take a very careful approach to that and making sure that's the case because, you know, we as an administration do understand the situation RSOs are going through, and we do believe we should be held to the same set of standards as RSOs. With that being said, you know, as we work on our budget for next year, that is something we're going to be looking to do. I also want to remind the Senate that, you know, we are not kings. Like the budget gets approved, doesn't just get approved by us automatically. It doesn't go through the Ways and Means Committee. So there are checks and balances there. That being said, that is our full intention and how we're going to budget next year. Back kind of to circle back to the subject of Secretary Goodchild's hours. We had extensive conversations with the Secretary of Finance, Dylan Valerie, and we did the calculations and we determined that this is something that we have the funding for. Also worth noting that in the currently allocated budget, we're actually sitting down to kind of go through it right now. There are some parts that where money was allocated for things that we don't do anymore. For example, there was money that was allocated for like an SGA trip to Washington, D.C., which is a trip that we have not been on as long as I've been here and won't be going on this year. There was some money involved in a couple of other things as well that were just not things that we're doing this year or things that we've done in a couple of years. And that is based on the budget that was made for last year, for the budget made last year for this year. So that was not a budget made by anybody in my administration. We are in the process of working with Secretary Valerie to adjust those numbers to make sure that the funds are actually being used towards things that are happening this year that exist, and not towards things that don't happen anymore. Based on our calculations, we do have enough money for this. We have enough money for our other needs as well. I believe that Secretary Goodchild has been working more than 8 hours as it is, some of those hours being unpaid, which is why we felt the need that it was necessary to make sure that he was being paid what is the minimum for other cabinet members.
So, I just want, because when we do the calculations, right, for payroll, we're also usually budgeting for winter and summer pay. So I know that's also something we've been struggling to budget for, was that, I know we were talking about, things we were considering to be operational and just like, you know, making sure we're still paying for the things we need to pay for. I understand that the Washington DC trip is happening. There are other projects that are currently not happening, but will it affect that as well? Because I think there are other members here as well who care about that. I know we have conduct advisors that we still need to pay and stuff like that.
As Dale and Dylan know, summer and winter pay has been one of my top priorities. You remember I passed a motion back right before the summer began to allocate money for all officers who receive summer pay. It is my intention to ensure that all officers receive winter pay as well. And that was when we were having these discussions, one of the questions I asked is, will this impact our ability to have winter pay? And based on our calculations, we still have enough money to keep the SGA operational over the winter. As for what those exact numbers are going to look like yet, obviously for summer and winter pay, the numbers are always less than what it is during the semesters, but I can tell you, and I can assure you, we do have money for now. It would just be winter pay because we've already had the summer for this budget cycle.
Sorry, follow-up question. Do we still also have like a financial cushion in case we need to cover other expenses? And I know this would probably be eroding at that, so how big is that? And do we feel safe about doing that? Is the Secretary of Finance able to speak to that?
Dylan can come back up if he wants, but I will say yes, we do. These are all the same questions I asked Dylan when we were having this conversation, but he can probably speak to it a little bit better than I can, so I'm going to hand it over.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I was talking about the financial cushion and would this be eroding away at that? Because I'm sure we have other things we will need to be funding in the future. And do you feel safe about doing that, given that we're raising someone's payroll?
Obviously, I can speak to unexpected expenses, but as Joe, they did include a discretionary fund, which is what this would be pulling from. So the discretionary fund is there, that is our cushion. It again depends on if you think that the cushion should be used for this or you should. It's not like we do have the money. That's what the discretionary fund is there for, but it's up to the society.
I have a follow-up question. Sorry. What is the intention for the discretionary fund? Is it intended to be used for things like this, or is it usually intended to cover other unexpected expenses, not including payroll?
I can't speak to the previous secretary's intentions with the discretionary fund. They didn't really give a using my they didn't really give an explanation for what it was going to be used for. Kind of up to interpretation. I think a discretionary fund inherently means that you can be discreet with what you choose to use it on. So if I wish I had the answer to that, but the previous administration did not give that answer. So
Just to add on to that, like the last year's administration did use part of the discretionary fund to put people onto payroll, because originally they weren't gonna put anybody onto payroll. And so I remember last year, for example, Nick Vitale, Secretary of Policy, he was deputy. We had him added to the payroll, which happened at the last credit meeting. So it is kind of like really like common for like the president to use that through Senate as it comes upon it.
Senator Lewis.
Yeah, so just maybe to summarize all the questions in one question, in your, as the person who has the most financial information, do you think we can comfortably afford this, I guess?
I think that we can comfortably afford this as of now.
Questions? Chair Stamen?
Maybe, I don't know if I can ask this or not, but do we have any other possible considerations for additional positions or possible payroll increases that will erode away the discretionary fund? And are there any other projects or plans using the discretionary fund? Also, do we know, oh, sorry, this is the third question. Do we know how much money is in the discretionary fund? Is that something we're able to provide?
So I do know how much it's in the discretionary fund. I guess I can disclose. It's 40,000 for this year, but the discretionary fund is the only other project that's being used on right now is multicultural night because that was not budgeted for in the previous year. As for other projects, I can't anticipate what will be planned. I don't have any current knowledge of other initiatives that are starting. But
Yeah, so I can speak to the payroll part of it. I can tell you, at least from the executive side, there won't be any further payroll increases. That's the only, every other position is budgeted at least 12.5 hours. We feel that is completely sufficient. We feel that the 15 hours for the 3I reference is sufficient. And we feel that 20 hours for president or vice president is sufficient. The only other payroll thing that will be coming from the executive side would be which we will probably be doing a motion for because it wasn't explicitly allocated. So that is the only remaining payroll related thing. As for projects, we don't have anything currently planned other than multicultural night that would take up, a significant amount of SGA funds. I can't really speak to what's going to happen in the future, but any future projects will be planned taking into consideration what money we have. We will not be planning projects that are too expensive and not reasonable within the money we have in our budget.
One more question. Sharon, yeah. Oh, sorry, Ramadana.
Okay, hi. So I just wanted to know, since we're adding hours, since we're voting to add hours for Secretary of Veteran Affairs, and we're using that for discretionary funds, how much specifically, and I think this is only for the spring semester, moving forward after this is passed, how much of the discretionary fund money will be used to fund this is better?
I calculated it a few weeks ago, so it could be a little off because we passed a few weeks. But it was around $1,200.
All the questions we have time for. Is there a second for the motion? Second. Does there exist a need for debates? No indication of a need for debates. The motion is called, and the question is on the passage of S41, a motion to raise the weekly hours of the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, 8 hours to 12.5 hours. All those in favor of passing the motion, please signify by aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. The motion passes. Consider Resolution 3, a resolution in support of proposed enhancements to the Cherish Act. The chair will read. The chair, sorry.
Motion to suspend the rules. The speaker doesn't have anything counter the motion.
Please turn off all unused microphones. It has been moved and seconded a motion to suspend the rules so that the speaker does not have the entirety of the motion. All those in favor of passing, of adopting the motion, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, say no. All those abstained, say abstain. The motion is adopted. Senator Prabhakar is now recognized to make that description.
Supporting. Oh. All right, how's everyone feeling? Anyone needs to do stretch? I don't know what, but this should be our last thing for tonight. So thank you for your attention. Anyways, I have another state policy related resolution for you guys. This one is very much building on what we passed way back at the beginning of the first Senate meeting about first dollar tuition assistance, essentially tuition-free college in Massachusetts. As you guys may know, we're going to a new legislative session. The election is next week, and we're going to be having a completely blank slate for all of the bills that are not related to anything, but especially higher education moving forward. So that means that we have the opportunity to sort of make changes to bills that have been proposed in the past, to respond to recent events. And I really think that this legislative session, the next 2 years, are going to be the most transformational ones in terms of higher education access, because we've already seen this huge progress with tuition-free community college, and very recently, literally like yesterday or two days ago, as the trustee mentioned in her report out, the UMass system is now offering free tuition for families that make under $75,000. So in any case, this resolution is proposing a set of amendments to a current bill which is called the Cherish Act. It's an omnibus bill that is intended to address a lot of issues within higher education, including the high costs. And we have two main two main objectives with these enhancements. The first one is to increase democratic transparency and student representation on the way that this system will be implemented. Currently, the Cherish Act has a very vague idea of how their tuition program will be implemented. It's essentially an expansion of the existing financial aid system where they consider the expected family contribution of a person, work study hours, these types of things, and then include aid that is on top of that. As we've seen, there's been like two really good examples of why that tends to break down. One of them is with the FAFSA debacle that you all know about, where a lot of students were not able to get the aid that they needed. And then also more recently with the Mass Grant Plus expansion, all of the discretion as to how that was going to be implemented was up to the Department of Higher Education. And they kind of blew it. They didn't get the information out to the colleges in time. The formula was extremely delayed and messed up. So even though that could have been a really great program, that could have made tuition more affordable for a lot of students, it ended up really not impacting as many people as it should have. So anyways, that's one reason that we have to address this. We also want to make sure that students are involved in making this policy, that we get oversight of it so that it really represents our needs the best. And then the second one is instead of expanding the existing financial aid system, we want to just actually go for tuition-free programs because they will provide the best need overall for students. So we have four enhancements, four edits that we want to make. The first one is to include a female representative commission that is created by the Act. Some more background on that. The Cherish Act creates 3 different commissions. One of them is about green and healthy buildings on campuses. One of them is about wages and equitable wages and working conditions. And then the third one has to do with the tuition program. So because FEOM stands for the Public Higher Education Network of Massachusetts, it's a statewide nonprofit. It's the only organization really in the higher education space right now that is representative of students, faculty, and staff across the system. So having a representative from that organization will really give a very unique perspective and will represent students more than the other representatives, which are mostly like higher education unions. So we've got your faculty, staff. That's great. We also have students in there. We're also going to create a student advisory committee to each of these committees. That's basically like we have all these student advisory committees for the university that SGA members are on, so we can very similar idea. You get to sit in on those meetings, you get to see what's going on, you get to have some input there. And then, yeah, so, and then the last is replacing the scholarship program with a commission that's going to study tuition-free programs and implement them by 2020. Yeah, so I think this is really important. I'm going to let some other people talk about it.
So I have a statement. Sorry. Oh, wait.
The motion to suspend the rules recognized.
It's already,
Hello, everyone. So, yeah, I approve of the amendments that's presented here. When reading through the paragraph.
Just state your name for the record.
Oh yeah, of course. My name is Ru Wu. So, when reading the Church Act itself as presented in John Robert's website, a lot of it to me feels very unfocused. There's an adjunct faculty, and then there's a part of the Church Act that talks about adjunct faculty. There's also talking about creating for fair working conditions and for an act called the Church Act that's like dedicated into limiting tuition or trying to free up debt. It feels like a lot of this bill could be broken down into other bills that the state legislature could be voted on. Furthermore, I agree that I think we should, instead of having a scholarship program, we should just eliminate tuition altogether, because the tuition that the scholarship program that they're implementing isn't enough for a lot of the community college students. A lot of community college students, 80% of the cost of going to college is not covered by the scholarship program, because the scholarship program covers things like tuition. And for a lot of people who are of the lowest income, all of the federal Pell Grant already covers tuition for them. So this doesn't help them like at all, because it doesn't cover like housing, food, transportation costs, like books, or like buying a laptop, which I see a lot of people are using to, do things and be part of student activities and doing your homework, writing essays, things like that. So a lot of the cost of being like a community college student is just not factored into the scholarship program. The scholarship program does benefit, like, I believe, middle income and wealthier students, which is nice, but usually for scholarship programs like this, we're talking about financial aid, it's usually for the poster child of these programs are like lower income and lowest income students, which this act is not helping at all, or not nearly as helping as much. And I think making a program that provides benefits to students who most need it, especially low income students, is very much needed here. And I believe eliminating tuition would just be the better decision here.
I have a statement from Senator Nevins. Not sure. So he said, "Thank you, members of the SGA, for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of the resolution. As someone who comes from a low-income background and understands firsthand the struggle to make ends meet, I can't overstate how life-changing tuition-free education would be. This is not just a matter of reducing bills, it's a pathway to stability, to dignity, and to real opportunity. It's a chance for students like me to build a future on a solid foundation instead of being weighed down by financial stress. For many of us, the battle isn't just about paying for school. It's about housing security, food security, and the ever-present anxiety of making it to the next semester. I currently work their jobs, balancing hours on campus and in the community just to keep up with tuition costs, housing costs, and essentials. The reality is that juggling academics with this level of financial pressure puts students at a significant disadvantage. We're not able to fully invest in our studies or in ourselves because we're in survival mode. This isn't just my story, it's a familiar story to thousands of UMass students, and it's an issue that directly impacts our collective ability to succeed. I want to acknowledge the recent progress Massachusetts has made, announcing the residents with households incomes below $75,000 will qualify for free tuition. This is a huge step forward, and next fall, students and families like mine will be able to breathe easier. But while this change is monumental for some, there's a significant number of households in Massachusetts earning between $75,000 and $100,000 who will still face intense financial strain. In fact, 11.61% of households in the state fall within this range. These families who earn just enough to fall outside of tuition assistance, but not enough to comfortably cover tuition costs, are left struggling to bridge the gap. Not to mention that none of these statistics take into account families with multiple college-age students. For these families and students, tuition-free education will not just alleviate financial stress, but also allow them to truly focus on well-being, mental health, and academic development. Imagine the impact if students could attend college without sacrificing sleep, health, or grades due to the need to work multiple jobs. Imagine if they could channel all that energy into their classes, their passions, and their future goals. This resolution represents a commitment to students' well-being and to leveling the playing field. Education should not be a privilege only available to those who can afford it. It is a public good that deserves public investment. When students don't have to choose between working extra hours and attending office hours, between paying rent and buying textbooks, the ripple effects are groundbreaking, not just for individuals, but for communities and our economy as a whole. I urge you to support this resolution, not just for those who qualify under current initiatives, but for the many who continue to struggle on the fringes. Passing this resolution would be a huge step towards ensuring that UMass students has to fight as hand as I and so many others have to obtain education. Thank you, everyone.
Any questions for the sponsorship? Yes, Senator. Microphone's right behind you.
So there's the Phenom nonprofit, right? I just want to clarify. Why do you personally, or just as a group, why is it necessary to have a representation in the commissions for this round?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. So this goes hand in hand with increasing student representation. Currently, the commission that would oversee this program is made up of people from the education. It's made up of people from many of the unions. So there's faculty representation, there's staff representation, and worker representation. But it really lacks on student representation. So including the student advisory board is one way that we can do that. And another way that we can do that is through the Phenom representative, because Phenom is the one organization right now that includes student representation. And it's not only focused on other parts of the higher education space. So it's just going to be a really powerful way to bring all of those forces together, represented with focus on this.
Senator Wu. Point of information. Use a microphone, please.
Sorry, point of information. Are we currently in the part where we are doing factual questions?
Factual questions.
I did have a follow-up. Is there precedent for a nonprofit representative being included in of questions?
There absolutely is. I don't have one off the top of my head for you, but I know that in many cases, nonprofits work very much with state policy when it comes to implement these kinds of things. Whether it's homelessness or food insecurity, a lot of times nonprofits are the ones who drive on that policy initiative in the first place, and then they continue to get some representation.
Senator Wu.
I'm noticing that this is a resolution that therefore there is no student consultation added to this motion. Is there any particular reason as to why that is?
I can speak towards this. Pursuant to the consultation policy, consultation is invoked majority vote of the chair leadership, 2/3 majority vote. And so when the chairs met to vote on whether or not to invoke consultation on this, the chair ultimately voted to not invoke the consultation policy because Ella could probably speak more towards this, but there was timing concerns, urgency concerns with sure I'm still getting feedback, but urgency concerns with passing this resolution. So I don't know, Ella, if you want to speak to that.
So basically, this is being like talked in like the state house now. So last semester, when we passed the Cherish Act and the endowment tax was debt free. We did, actually, I remember that's correct. So we did the endowment tax, Cherish Act, and the Future Act. Basically saying actually supported it, and we skipped through consultation because of the time constraint. And so basically, because it's happening in the state house right now, we think that we need to make sure that we're able to get this to the state house while they're debated in committee.
Additionally, the vote that the legislative leadership team made upheld the precedent that if there's particular urgency with the motion, then it can not undergo consultation.
Also, I just think that emphasizes the need for a student voice on these student boards. Just because of the urgency and it being in the state house, I think it's very critical that we have student voices like during the time of legislation, and I think that's why it should pass, because we don't want these decisions to be made without student voices, and that's kind of what we're getting at here. It's opposed to like, would you rather have students have to say on the legislation that's being made or not? And that's why I think it's very crucial that this is passed.
I just wanted to emphasize that there is precedent for this. There were a number of motions last year that involved legislation that was going to the state house at a very urgent time frame, and each time the chairs voted not to invoke consultation on those grounds. So there is precedence in this going back prior to this year.
Senator Wu.
I noticed in your whereas statements, you also mentioned that Massachusetts ranks 45th in higher education spending as a share of income, and 34th per capita higher education investments as of 2021. But according to a study done in 2023 by Stats America, outside of the District of Columbia, Massachusetts also has the highest per capita personal income. And so I was just wondering if you were aware of this when taking into account sort of the percentage ranking as compared to the actual amount of income in the state.
Can you explain how that relates to the motion?
I'm just wondering because the concept here that I'm questioning now is that we're saying Massachusetts ranks 45th, right, in higher education spending, but that no longer takes into account the fact that we also happen to make the highest amount of money in the country in a state tax. No.
I'll allow it.
Testing.
Okay, I feel like this is a matter of perspective, because like it seems to me the question is like data don't really seem to match up. Like why should we be making this investment when Massachusetts is already such a wealthy state? And then kind of is exactly the point of if we are such a rich state, if we have so many resources to ensure that everyone should go to college debt-free, tuition-free, why aren't we already doing that? And there's kind of the fact of like Massachusetts being so rich, but also having so much inequality. We are one of the most unequal states in terms of wealth in the country. We are the third wealthiest state in the country, and yet the average debt that University of Massachusetts student leaves with upon graduation is $30,000. Whereas I keep on bringing other things, example of like Denmark, they have less money than us. They have about the same population as us, and they have free college and we don't, so it's clear that we have the resources to ensure that everyone can have an affordable higher education and contribute to our economy, and we're just not probably allocating those resources. So yeah.
Further questions for the sponsorship? Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Is there any for debate? Yes. All right. A sitting debate on the motion is now in order. During this session, senators may be recognized to make comments, ask questions on subsidiary motions. You will only recognize any senator who is in opposition to the current state of the motion. And again, you can stay seated. No need to line. Senator Wu.
I'm having a tough time reconciling this because the last time we discussed this was actually the first time that we had. And if I'm not mistaken, the responses to my questions, I was more so wondering about the financial aspect of this. And I'm once again reopening sort of that question, just because I understand now that where we come from with the ranking for the personal income and the inequality of income in Massachusetts. But I'm also wondering if this, you previously provided a response in which there would be a millionaire's tax in this. And I'm wondering if that's still the case, just because I think there's now unfairly with the burden on millionaires, just because we have no idea of their circumstances. Simply because, what if they worked hard? What if they are groundbreakers? What if they are innovators in the systems in Massachusetts? And so I would just like to raise that question. I myself am not, unfortunately, a millionaire. I wish I was, but.
The chair will now recognize a senator who is in favor of the current state of the motion. Senator Lewis.
Just Senate decorum, please.
Yes. So this is a sitting debate, meaning that however, I will be recognizing senators in an alternating fashion in support and opposed to the current state of the motion. During debates, senators may make comments and ask questions of opinion. It's not as restrictive as your restriction when senators simply ask factual questions. Are there any other points from you?
Can I make a point of clarification on the outside of the
Yes. Yeah. It's.
Okay, thanks, sorry. I just want to clarify that the millionaire's tax already passed through the ballot.
President Humphries.
If a non-senator wants to debate on this with build their time.
If a ex officio yes. This also extends to ex officio members, which would include president, vice president, and cabinet members. Thank you for that clarification. President Humphries.
So can I speak as ex officios or?
Senator would have to yield, but I already recognized. The chair already recognized.
Okay.
Senator Lewis.
Okay. I just wanted to say as well, basically just Ella's point, that the necessity in action, I guess would be correct terminology perhaps, and thus is whether or not you support this motion, I don't think really hinges on that, because that's kind of not really what's up for debate with this motion. It's more so with that tax. This is the motion that's being proposed. I yield my time.
Senator in opposition to the current state of the motion will be recognized. Point of clarification.
Can we refrain from the disrespectful comments? Because I was already hearing it at the beginning of this debate, and we should still maintain respect at all times in the Senate for debate. That's it.
Yes. Please be respectful in your comments, questions, and concerns. Senator Wu.
Yeah. Our senators allowed to speak more than once. I was under the impression during Senate that we were only allowed to speak once during debate.
During sitting debates, it's flexible. During parliamentary debates, that's why there's lines. Yes. Senator in opposition be recognized. Senator Wu.
Thank you for that answer. That actually very satisfactorily answers that. My question now becomes, states have historically adopted other states' sort of policies, for example, gay marriage, where it was first tested in a different state, and because of the way marriage works, other states will then therefore have to reciprocate and sort of recognize those marriages. If other states were to essentially put into policy this sort of act, would students not therefore more likely want to stay in state? And has there been any study as to how this sort of affects our diversity with out of state and out of state students? Just because now I'm thinking that students have more incentive if it's tuition free to stay in state. I don't know if there's any research into it. I haven't looked into it myself. I'm just wondering.
Senator Rue. I don't have this research at hand, but that is like one of the biggest reasons outside of just like moral reasons for making sure people don't become debt slaves for the rest of their lives that's like for supporting this is that is essentially like is very important for the functioning of our economy. Considering by 2030 we're going to like there's going to be a shortage of tens of thousands of like college degree jobs. And the point of this is if college is so much more affordable, not only will people be able to go to our like in-state schools like UMass and other public institutions here, because they're going to be able to go to these schools way more affordable than some other school in another state, they will stay in the state and contribute, stay in our commonwealth, and contribute to our economy instead of say Arizona's, or Pennsylvania's, or New York's. So there has been a correlation. I don't have the like research at hand. I know it's out there, but by the fact of like staying here and learning here and being connected in turn to like internship opportunities within the state, in the state, networks and personal connections within the state, it means that people are way more likely to stay in the state and contribute to our economy. And that's why so many other countries also make their colleges free for people outside of the country. Like it's why Germany, for example, makes their colleges free for anyone who knows German and decides to take like the test to get into the universities, because they know that if people study at their universities, it's much more likely that they'll actually stay and contribute to the economy. So yes, it is very beneficial.
Senator, in opposition to the current state of the resolution. Senator.
Thank you for that answer. I think I might have worded it incorrectly because I was more so wondering sort of if other states, like I said, adopt this particular policy, how does Massachusetts therefore attract out-of-state students, right? It is socially understood, not that there has been much research into it, but it is socially understood that it is easier for state students to get into their state's public universities. I think that's something that we can all somewhat agree on, right? But if that is the truth, what's stopping UMass from admitting mainly, in-state students, Massachusetts students, and how does that cut into sort of our diverse form of thoughts here? How do we know that this doesn't reduce our numbers of people from, let's say, California or Texas or Arkansas?
I'll allow the sponsorship to address this question, but then after that, in favor of the current state of motion, we recognize as well. After addressing the question, sponsorship. Who would like to be recognized? Yes, Senator. To address the question.
I mean,
Senator,
like, this is an interesting question because it seems like you're like creating a lot of like hypotheticals together beyond what we're discussing. You're talking about a scenario where, due to the extreme hypothetical success of this program, where we get free college and we get student representation on the state level, then because of how successful it is, all these other states across the country also copy us, and then in turn, we don't have as much competition. We don't have as many out-of-state students trying to get in here. I feel like that's. I mean, one point of that is, at the moment we see that the interest of out-of-state students in coming here isn't due to the cost of tuition, because so many people, such as themselves, like we actually do come here despite it being more expensive than the state universities in our own states. And partially that is due like our public universities in our own states would still be expensive, but I think if anything, that would be good for all parties involved because just above all, like state universities like Massachusetts are supposed to serve the people within the state first and foremost because those are the people who pay taxes into the state. Like us and our parents are the ones like paying taxes into their respective states. And also that means that there will be way more in-state students who will be interested in applying to UMass. So theoretically, it becomes way more affordable. And that will lead to an even better student body because that will mean more and more competition between not just out-of-state students, but more in-state students who will be trying to get admitted because they're saying, well, instead of like taking that partial scholarship to like University of Pennsylvania or a University of Maryland, you know what? I'm going to go to UMass because like not only is it a great school, but it's actually way more affordable for me because it's actually free. So it's like way more affordable than all those other universities, and it would really affect those out-of-state students because it would just make it. I mean, it would make it way more competitive and make it harder for them to get in because suddenly we'd be admitting more in-state students. But then that would still be good for the school because it would mean we would be getting even higher qualified out-of-state students. And a problem now with UMass is actually that it's easier to get in as an out-of-state student than an in-state student. Like because of how expensive it is, how we've become almost like a private business more than a public university because of how little money we get from the state to make it affordable. It's like we're relying way too much on out-of-state students just for their money. So not only would it make it way more affordable for people in Massachusetts, it would also ensure that we get way better out-of-state students. And I mean, in your hypothetical of all these other states also making free college for their students, for their citizens, well, I mean, I think that's a great theoretical result of this. So I think it shows all the more why we should support this.
Motion following motion. It's out of order unless recognized. Out of order unless recognized. Chair Sarna.
Motion to call the motion.
Following the motion, been moved, seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. All those abstain say abstain. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. All right. Which means now the question is on the passage of resolution 3. Oops. Oh, this is an incorrect number. A resolution in support of proposed enhancements to the charity. All those in favor of passing the resolution, please signify with an aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Chair Mazzano.
Motion to recognize business not participating within 48 hours.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Yes, suspend rules.
Yes. The chair will now read. Point of clarification, I am adding this resolution into the supplemental material folder. So you can all see that there. The chair will now read the entirety of the motion. Additional clarification, because it's not anticipated, a motion to suspend the rules to waive the reading of the motion in its entirety is out of order. I will also display it on the screen. Second. Oh my gosh. That just disappeared. Wait, let me do this. There we go. Okay. Is this good for everyone? Wonderful. All right. Additional clarification would be entered as resolution. So, resolution 4. whereas hunger and food insecurity are widespread problems facing our nation today, and whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated economic problems nationwide, and as of 2021, 37.9 million Americans live in poverty. And whereas 37% of university students in Massachusetts are insecure, and whereas Black, Latinx, and LGBTQ plus students experience disproportionate food insecurity, and whereas only 20% of food insecure students utilize SNAP benefits, and whereas the stress of food insecurity presents a serious barrier to academic success, and whereas the University of Massachusetts Amherst is already acting to address hunger and food insecurity, including the Swipe Donation Program, the relaunch of the Food Recovery Network. And whereas the University of Massachusetts does not have the resources or capacity to fully address food insecurity. And whereas we live in a time of abundance and the state of Massachusetts has the resources to open food from our campuses and our communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Student Government Association here assembled and signatories of this resolution who represent a diverse set of students, faculty, and staff, urge Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey and Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll to support increased funding for the Hunger Free Campus Initiative and FY26 budgets to support for the continuation of and expansion of resources to end food insecurity on public campuses across the state, to raise awareness of hunger on campus, connect students to existing services, established services such as on-campus food pantry, where such services are needed. Sponsored by Chair Mazzando, Student Trustee Oliveira, President Humphries, Vice President Leone, and from our yes. The chair will now entertain a second for the subsidiary. All right. All those in favor of suspending the rules to add to the agenda, please signify by aye. Those opposed say no. All those abstain say abstain. The motion to suspend the rules is adopted. Sponsor is now recognized for a factual disagreement. Sponsor, Chair Mazzano. Yes.
All right, so. Thank you. All right, so sorry for, adding this onto the motion, but I believe this is very important. It needs to be addressed and no longer want to go home. But as you guys may know, SGA has been really working really hard on food insecurity and asked for an organization that we have collabed with before, even as we as last week, has also been working very hard to address this issue, mainly through their Hunger Free this campaign. And so I believe we have some members of MassPreg right now who can explain more about the motion.
Hello, I am Maitri. I'm the co-coordinator for the Hunger Free Campus campaign, and this is Emily, my co-coordinator. So basically, this bill just promotes federal SNAP benefits, nutritional benefits to college campuses. We basically go and lobby at the State House every year, and we got $1 million last year, and we're asking for more this year, and to also have a permanent place on the budget because it's important to keep going and asking. And we're just collecting petitions, and as the bottom paragraph says, it would be really helpful if SGA signed on to this bill. And we're just working on making resources more accessible through our campaign and along with other orgs on campus like Home for Hunger and Habitat for Humanity.
I also think it's very important you guys consider this as well, being the flagship university, speaking with the other student trustees from the other campuses. I know the UMass aren't on the same page. I don't understand why. I just need you guys to really take into consideration when we are the leading school. So if we can start this movement, hopefully UMass Boston and Lowell will also jump on as well.
I do want to add something to what Felicity said, then I do have my own comment. I am in connection with, I had a great meeting with the student governor at UMass Boston. We are still yet to hear from Lowell or Dartmouth. We've been trying to reach out, but it's not yet been established. But for some context, for those of you who were not here last year, we substantially behind the other different student or food security measures. We still technically are, but we are making a lot of improvements, including the opening of a food pantry in the office, a permanent food pantry coming in 2025. Additionally, the donation program is launched. The Food Recovery Network is back. These are all thanks to the efforts of this SGA. Additionally, though, we need support for these programs. We still haven't done enough to help our students who are in need. I can tell you that as somebody who did a lot of research on this last year, food insecurity is a huge problem on campuses across the country, including on our own campus here at UMass. Since the launch of some of these resources, we have seen heavy utilization. Additionally, I did meet with a candidate, our new advisor, earlier this week, and he had mentioned that they had a swipe donation program at their university, and the demand for those swipes that have been donated skyrocketed immediately to the point where they actually didn't even have enough swipes donated for each person. So that just goes to show you how many students are struggling. I'm sure many of you guys have heard the stories of students having to sneak into the dining hall to get meals. That's before they put all those security measures in place. But ultimately, we don't think that any student should have to go hungry. Going hungry impacts academic performance, it impacts personal well-being, it impacts the ability to live. And by encouraging the State House to pass this legislation, to give us this funding, this will help us to implement these food security initiatives in the years to come, because we need support. So I highly recommend everybody here vote yes. We need this.
So you said the other UMasses voted this down or didn't vote on it at all?
No, what I was referring to is what we were referring to is we had a lot of connection between the other UMasses. Somebody from UMass Boston, I'm gonna hand it over to Felicity in a second, but someone from UMass Boston did reach out, and I had a great meeting with them. We're trying to get a letter signed by all 4 university student governments. But I know from my end, I have not heard from UMass Dartmouth or UMass Lowell. I'm not sure if that's what Felicity was referring to, but I will pass it over to her to explain.
So generally, like the first thing that we were gonna do was just have the student trustees sign off on it. It just made more sense to have like the 5 voting members. And as I spoke with the student trustees, we're not all on the same page. For real, you guys. Like they're cool, but everyone's working for their benefit of their campus, and that's what it's getting now. So when I talked to them, they weren't on the same page. So we think that the best alternative, if we can't get the 5 student trustees, would be you guys pretty much backing me up in this resolution. So I would be the one kind of like sponsoring it, but I would need SGA to come behind it. So it's not just like my voice, it's our voice. So that's just kind of clarifying it. So as of now, I know UMass Lowell hasn't been in touch with the MassPerg about this yet, so they're not going to be on this initiative. And then UMass Boston, I've talked again, but I don't know if he's signed off on it yet with SGA. So that's still to be.
Quick clarification, just to clear up any confusion, it was the president and the speaker of the UMass Boston SGA that I spoke with. I am unsure on where their trustees stand. As for Lowell and Dartmouth, I've had no communication with them. We've been trying to reach out to their presidents and speakers and just haven't
One more point of clarification or information, but last year during the MassPerg Amherst campus lobby day, there were representatives from all 4 undergraduate universities: UMass Amherst, UMass Lowell, UMass Boston, UMass Dartmouth. So there are people on all 3 campuses who were actively working went to the Massachusetts State House and lobbying for this specific. So there is, pretty much there is support, at least this on the student side, on all campuses. Hello?
Thank you guys for putting this up here. I'm wondering, how is money actually implemented? Like, does it just go to administration? Do you have to apply for it? And similar thing are the food security initiatives that SGA has been working on. Are those being funded by the $1 million loss of the session or something?
Yeah, so after we get that $4 million, $1 million, that means that colleges can apply for grants. So it's through grant funding. That's how we support these nutritional benefits.
Questions for the sponsorship? Yes, Senator Mello.
It's my understanding that the vice president of Mass PERG is Sean Slade, who's also a member of the student at Mass Lowell. So I'm just curious if you know if that's a voice that has advocated or signed on to this as well.
Yeah, he definitely has. He's at every lobby day too.
Senator Brockmeyer.
All right. Can you just explain like why this wasn't anticipated? What the emergency circumstances?
I'll keep it real with you guys. I got this email last night. Like, I literally checked my email at 6:37 p.m., which was the first time. I think her name's Leia. I can't say her name. Leanne. That's the first time she reached out regarding passing this resolution. I've been in contact with her for the past, I'd say, about a year now. We've been in communication. I'm still new to the school particularly, but just in general, she reached out to me so freaking. And then by the time I got back to her, I was like, just send me the information. We got back in touch today, so that's why.
Additionally, I feel like it's really important to add that the deadline to sign on to this is November 1st, which is in 2 days. So I feel like that really highlights the urgency of this.
Motion to call me a motion is out of order unless it's to end debate. I'll just explain this. When we're doing the factual description, the factual questions, the motion is false. The motion itself is the subject of the questions. Whereas when we enter debates, it's kind of more towards debate. That's the focus of the Senate. Senator Lewis. We'll take 2 more questions. 2 more questions. Okay. Is there a second? Second. Is there any for debate? It's no indication or need for debate. Motion is called and the question is on passage of resolution 4, resolution of the Student Government Association of the University of Amherst in support of hunger-free campus initiative. All those in favor of passing the motion, please signify with an aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. All those abstained, say abstain. Guys have it, the motion passes. There's no motion on the floor except the motion to adjourn. Associate Speaker Amherst will record the.
Senator Denny. Senator Almonte. Senator Need. Senator Bloom.
Please say here as loudly as you can.
Senator